Run for your life. Run for your life. Run for your life.
Is over in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. 16 countries whittled down to 10 as we get set for the semi-finals and finals as we fight for $25,000 here in our 2021 Cup of Nations. Delighted you can join us for day 2 here on VCO Esports, TraxionGG, iRacing social media, and here live on RaceBot TV, where myself, Arjuna Kankipati, is delighted to be joined by the man in the hat, Paul Smith, and John Munro for some expert punditry over the course of what is going to be an exciting showdown here, Paul, because yesterday, incredible. We saw photo finishes on multiple occasions, drama all the way to the end. That playoff race, where two teams were able to lock themselves into today's final. I'm still thinking back on that and have chills.
Yeah, and that was all just to decide who got to day 2. So imagine what the racing is going to be like here today when there's $25,000 at stake here. So these drivers will be going absolutely full throttle. They'll be pushing the levels of adhesion, maybe pushing the levels of driver standards as well out there. But it's all desperation, and that's what we expect to see here today.
Tempers will be flaring, I have no doubt about that. And John, you were watching on with great intrigue yesterday, but we've got some very interesting combinations of cars coming up for us today. Semi-finals, we should talk about the format very briefly here. Yesterday was starting with the groups. You were fighting with everyone out on track, but really you were talking about the points in your group. Today it's a very similar thing to kick things off in the semi-finals. 5 head-to-head matchups that will lead towards first the last chance qualifiers, but then 4 races in the finale. So just like we saw yesterday in the group stages, semi-finals, you're fighting with everyone on track, but in reality you are fighting with one other team and their 4 other drivers to advance directly to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. The format today, with the semi-final in particular starting things off, is even more intense than the format we had yesterday. And I don't know about you guys, but I basically had to lie down from the finish of that Monza race. I only just got up 10 minutes ago because it was that exciting to watch. And as you say, this time it's head-to-head, so that is going to be an incredible spectacle. The drivers have got a lot less time to make up for any mistakes. It's going to be all about getting out of the blocks as quick as possible. And the great thing about this year's tournament, and specifically, is how open it is. You know, the fastest drivers and teams didn't necessarily end up with the most points yesterday. So it's going to be all about scoring the most points across your whole team and keeping in the fight until the final. But yeah, I have no idea who's going to take the trophy home today.
And we have some pretty incredible matchups that across of international sport would be a treat. Of course, Poland versus USA, France versus Italy, UK, Germany, Spain versus Portugal. The football fan in me is going absolutely berserk right now. Russia, Japan, our final of these matchups. Paul, I think really the one that's going to be toughest here is UK and Germany. I think Germany's going to be on a romp a little bit here. Not like when UK took Germany to town and won 5-1 in football. I think it's going to be the opposite way this time around. I think UK is going to have to go through the last chance qualifiers. I don't know about any of the other matchups, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that the UK lineup, you just look at that Germany squad and it is basically the choice drivers from Team Redline. So, you know, you're really going to be up against it there in that matchup. Russia and Japan, that could be a really interesting battle between the two of those, because there's a little bit of an unknown in some of their drivers out there as well. Poland, USA. Didn't expect to see that here today in day 2, but the way that Poland performed yesterday puts them in really good stead for today's finals.
They were two competitors in the same group. Poland, after race 1, were out of the transfer positions, but because of a fantastic race 2, where all 4 of the Polish drivers really got some solid points on the board, Poland were very much looking comfortable heading into our rallycross race, the final of the group races. Semi-final race is going to be a bit interesting here, John, because it's an open wheel race. It's the Williams FW31, the Formula 1 car from 2009, but we'll go racing at Road America, a track that this car not necessarily known for racing at, and because Road America has a pretty interesting standing start grid where some of the cars would be up the hill as they're on the grid itself. We'll go for a rolling start here, but a 15-minute race, not much time to make sure all 4 of your drivers get some good points on the board.
Absolutely, and the race is going to have kind of an IndyCar flavour, but obviously with a Formula 1 car doing the work. Now, obviously, a 2009 Formula 1 car, it's crazy to think it's already 12 years old. It's absolutely mental. But these 2009 cars, they have a great engine note, V8s, of course, and they don't have as much downforce as the modern-day Formula 1 cars. So, in essence, it is going to kind of feel a bit like an IndyCar sprint, somewhat. But the intensity level with 15 minutes, you're not going to get many laps in. Maybe 7, 8, 9 laps Road America. I'm not quite sure how quick these things are going to lap the track, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really fascinated by a couple of battles in there, as you were talking about Poland versus USA. Poland might even feel hard done by because they did so well to pick up the maximum amount of points yesterday, but they've been drawn against USA, who were one of the quickest teams yesterday and were maybe a bit unlucky to end up in the playoffs. So I think Poland are going to have a tough time of it. Also, the Italy-France group, that one is going to be interesting as well, because France started so strong yesterday and then slipped away, whereas Italy started weak and then got stronger towards the end. So that's a fascinating one too.
Well, let's take a look at some highlights from day 1 of all the racing. We had group stages, 3 of them, 3 of the group races. First, it was a team race, the Audi R8 at the Hungaroring. Phil Denez put it on pole position. It was chaotic on lap number 1, to say the very least, Paul.
Yeah, chaotic is the understatement of the year. It sure is. But we saw some impressive driving, though, from a few of the teams. Overtaking happening at a circuit where overtaking really isn't the name of the game at the Hungaroring. A few mistakes happened out there as well. Bits of contact with the UK team. That was Pete Berryman who went for a spin. But look at that, 3 wide into turn 2. A tremendous display of driving from all of them out there in that opening race.
Yeah, once the carnage kind of came to an end in the early stages, it got a little bit better. We saw some really great racing. Elvis Rankin took the checkered flag after taking over from Phil Denez. Maxime Briant did manage to reel him in the closing stages, but USA on top to head out of Hungary for race number 1. Barney the Flagman vigorously had that checkered flag in his hands. We also had race 2, which was the Indy Pro 2000 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It was a photo finish between Dallas Pataska for Team USA, who pipped Jarl Tyen at the line for Team Norway. Here, though, was race number 3, the showdown race for the group stages. It was rallycross. We thought potentially Bo Albert would have some luck. He did early on, but as soon as we got to the feature, the bad luck for Bo Albert continued. Team USA ended up out of the group stages, having to fight their way through the playoff. There was a little bit of bump cars as well in this one, John, but that's kind of the name of the game. Then we got to the playoff race. You were saying that you're still recovering from what we saw here. Right off the start, we saw chaos at Monza into turn 1, kind of what you'd expect.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a few cars facing the wrong way towards the beginning. Really unfortunate one for Czech Republic specifically. We had a couple of cars caught out there. Norway also struggling off the start. They were in a strong position on the grid, couldn't quite capitalise. But there you can see USA out front early on. One of the Italian cars streaming into view. And of course the Italians, they worked so well to make their way through the field. And about halfway through the race, Italy were looking the strongest. But it was Netherlands versus USA that really caught the attention. We had 3 separate battles between the fastest Netherlands and USA drivers, the second and and the third ones all head-to-head on circuit, and it came down to the last lap. Absolutely incredible stuff. And there you can see really the three teams that starred in that Monza race. We expected chaos, but the drivers did really well to keep it nice and clean. There were a few incidents early on, as you would expect, but generally the racing was superb with these new 992 Porsches. And yeah, down to the last lap, photo finish. Even though Netherlands took the overall race victory, it was a spin for Ruben Bonga that ended up costing them that position in today's action, and it meant that USA, despite their early wins, being under the pressure, they managed to pull through and they put themselves in a strong position heading into today.
It was Phil Denaire, Sam Coiter, and Moreno Sorica, making sure I don't mix up his name like we've done on some of the VCO Pro Sim broadcasts recently. Three-way fight between the three of them, but it was so interesting all the way to the line. 10 points between USA and Netherlands. If not for Ruben Bonga's spin, I think this pass by Sam Coiter on the final lap would have made sure that the Netherlands would have advanced. Ultimately, though, for Sam Coiter, victory not good enough. What a day it was. But those were yesterday's highlights. We are ready for race number 1 on our semi-final 15-minute showdown. So let's run you through the starting grid for what is going to be an absolute sprint for 15 minutes here in America's National Park of Speed. Patrick Holtzman put it on pole position. He was 1,000th of a second faster than Valentin Mandinac, the R8G driver for France. Diego Pinto, Peter Berryman, 3rd and 4th positions. Phil Denaire for the USA in 5th, inside of Pedro Sanchez Albert for Team Spain. While down in 7th, it's Alexei Nessar. Plenty of open wheel experience for him in the real world. He'll be alongside Simona Maria Marcheno with Sotomuto. Impressive to start things up in the Hungaroring. He'll be alongside Dominic Blair. The 10 teams gridded up there. Maximilian Benecke then lines up 11th alongside Andre Martins in 12th for Portugal. Przemysław Lemonek will line up in 17th, but in front of him, Victor Preto, Moreno Sorica, Jamie Fluke, Maxime Brient, Alice Pataska after that stealing of the win at Indianapolis back in 18th position. Hayata Asaga 19th alongside Dennis Grabowski with Alexander Thieve, James Pinsker 21st and 22nd, Carlos Fenelosa 23rd with Dylan Shrivens back in 24th. And then down in 25th position, it will be Quintin Vialate alongside Dino Lombardi. Ross Banfield, Mateusz Luchak, 27th and 28th, while Masafumi Aburame and Dmitry Kovanov through the top 30. Christopher Dambeat and Charlie Summers, 31st and 32nd. Johan Hart, Alessandro Bico on row 17. Well, the young Elvis Rankin lines up alongside Nuno Henriquez. Just a couple more rows of cars to go in the 40-man dash to the checkered flag. Kirill Kolobusov in 37 alongside Shunsuke Kuno, Jose Soria and Victor Smolyarchuk will line up at the tail end of this field. Paul, well, it's a short pace lap. Not much time for drivers to build up any temperature or pressure into their tires. And then up the hill, under the NTT bridge, into turn 1, it's going to be a draft fest into that first corner.
Yep, draft fest, you know, no time to warm up your brakes, no time to warm up your tyres. These drivers are going to have to be particularly careful on this opening lap because this car will bite if you're not careful.
The old open wheel World Championship car. Long in the tooth, some would say, but it produces some fantastic racing. Patrick Holtzman picks up the throttle. We are racing in the semi-finals. Storming down into turn number 1, fanning themselves out 3 abreast. Can we get through this first corner safely to kick these semi-finals off? The top 7 or so managed to get themselves single-filed out as they storm down the hill in towards turn number 2. Now down the back straightaway into the crucial braking zone of turn number 5. I think one car has gone off the track, and that's Moreno Sorica. Alessandro Bico gets mixed up in it as well. Italy already struggling.
Oh, that's is that one of the Japanese drivers? It is. It's Aburame. So nightmare for him as well. But Italy, they'll be absolutely gutted about that. 2 of their drivers down there, 38th, 39th right now.
And remember, you are fighting against your semi-final matchup. The points are paid out for overall position, but really you need to be focused to your relative position to your main competitors. So we'll see how it works out there. Quintin Vialate's had a moment. Dominic Blair has had a moment as well. So for France and Italy and Poland, maybe not the best of starts, but For now, it's Holtzman, Pinto, Berryman, the top three. Berryman got a great start. This is the replay of what happened on the start. Moreno Sorica just runs into the back of one of the Spanish cars and gets a touch up the back from one of the UK cars, and Abu Rame, well, he gets lifted up into the air by Alessandro Bico. That'll be significant damage to the both of them.
Yeah, and the crucial thing is, for this race, there is no fast repair. There is no get out of jail free card here in this race. So the damage that you get in this race, you are going to carry for the rest of this race. So it's all about avoiding contact. But Bico and also Dominic Blair as well, out of the race. They're both in the pits.
And left-hand side, you can see not just the flags for each of the drivers, but the background on the timing tower is the matchup. So red versus red, Germany versus UK. They're first and third right now. Oh, Pedro Sanchez Albert gets run off the track at turn number 2. Sota Muto will slide up his inside. I think that was with Alexei Nesov, the Russian car. Oh, a little bit of drama there. Dominic Blair has also had to take a tow back to pit lane. So for Poland, it's not going well. USA has got a couple of cars up there in the mix in the top 15 or so. So really, it's about tracking those battles, Pauls, and making sure you're where you need to be. You can see us all. That's Spain, Russia, and Japan coming together. I believe that was Nuno Henriquez has had a moment as well. It's all going on as Herta Esago was the one getting hit there. It's close between some of these countries. This is going to be such a fascinating 12 minutes or so to try and pick apart what's going on.
Well, you look at it, it's incredibly close between France, Italy, UK, Germany, even Spain, Portugal. Those three groups are really close and tight together. None of them want to end up in that last chance qualifier here to get through into the finals. And right now, this car, it's incredible. I do miss seeing this car in World Championship competition. But oh, that's a big hit at the kink.
Who was that? It wasn't one of the Polish cars. It might have been Mateusz Luczak, who I'm seeing slip down the timing order. James Pinsker is having some sort of an issue as well because whoa! Well, coming through Bill Mitchell-Benz, someone went around. And indeed, I think that was one of the Polish cars. And it's almighty chaos. That's Elvis Rankin, the Apex Racing Team driver that's gone up and over and over and over. The 14-year-old going for a bit of a ride there. I think Dmitry Kovanov was the car that we saw through Bill Mitchell-Benz. There's the replay of what happened to him, and that's what happened to Elvis Rankin. He got mixed up in a separate incident coming through that corner.
Christopher Dan Beets has fallen down the order and he's in the pits as well. So Germany dropping a driver down. So big. This is big for these different countries. If you're in any of these cars right now, it's all about just survival by the looks of things.
Kind of what one would expect as one of the UK cars is coming under fire from two of the Spanish cars. That's Jamie Fluke defending from Victor Prieto and Pedro Sanchez Albert is down the hill through the hurry downs. They hurry. Downhill braking zone. Road America is deceptively tricky, Paul. You look at it and you say, oh, it's a bunch of 90-degree corners. It's not too difficult. But all of the braking zones are either uphill or downhill. They've got their own challenges, their own different difficulties to try and overcome. And so a lot of these drivers just falling foul. That's Dennis Grabowski down the order.
Yeah, that's down at the hurry downs. Oh, and he's got it all wrong trying to get back onto the track. Fluke under pressure, losing one place. To be honest, he doesn't want to fight too hard, but he does want to fight because he needs the points, really, for the UK team. But Spain, they're in their own battle, don't forget, as well, against Portugal. And they're really trying to push their way forward in this.
So Germany have two cars in the top 7 in that battle with the UK. So it is crucial for Jamie Fluke is now side by side with Pedro Sanchez Albert coming down in towards turn number 1. That Fluke doesn't lose too many of these positions. He'll try and hang it around the outside. Albert giving a bit more space to him as compared to one lap ago when Albert was escorted off the track, but down the hill through turn 3. Albert gets the place. Here comes the Frenchman Maxime Briant using the draft to also try and have a bit of the action on board with Jamie Fluke as he's really pinching Pedro Sanchez Albert, but 3 abreast, long way around from Maxime Briant down the hill. But Pedro Sanchez Albert goes deep under the brakes, might open the door for Briant to look to the inside, who almost escorts him into the grass. Oh, this is crazy.
I have to wonder if Jamie Fluke's got just a slight bit of damage maybe to his floor or something, because he's been falling back in this order, hasn't he? He's not had the same top speed as some of these other drivers, so possibly that could be one issue for Jamie as they come through the carousel. beautiful. Such a challenging corner is this. You just got to, it just keeps on going. And speaking of going, oh, I thought he was going to hold it. He did hold it. My goodness, what an achievement. Now Germany going all over the place.
This is incredible. That was Schlemmerslav Lemonik for the Polish team that almost lost it coming out of the carousel. Now we'll dive down the inside of Jamie Fluke, who tries the up and under, but I think you're right. I think Jamie Fluke's got some sort of an issue. And then Carlos Penalosa coming through the chemicals, almost lost it by himself. This is absolute insanity. And remember, it's not about just finding the cars on track. Because Spain now have a couple of cars that have worked themselves up past Jamie Fluke, they're looking better in the battle versus Portugal, but Portugal 2nd and 9th still have the advantage on them. Germany is leading the UK, France is leading Italy as things run, despite the fact that Italians were running up there in the top 5, 2 of them for a while. It's really close in all the battles except Poland versus USA because of what happened in the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, that's exactly right there. So it's, I mean, for Italy, what they need is some of their drivers to try and move forward in this, because, I mean, Biko has gone back out on track, but he's down in 37th place right now. So not a good day for the Italians in that manner. But yeah, Christopher Dan Beats, he's out of the race. Elvis Rankin obviously out of the race as well. Here we are with Lombardi then. And it's fast, it's frenetic, and we just got past the halfway point of this race.
It's still got 7 minutes to go. What twists and turns are left in store for us? Remember as well, for Russia, Alexei Nesov is nestled in 8th position as things run. He is coming under fire from Andre Martins, a side-by-side. Simona Maria Marcheno does get past Valentin Mandanok, and that is a battle in the semi-finals. 2 cars and 2 countries that are duking it out. Those are valuable points going the ways of the Italians.
Certainly is, as a go uphill once again. And now Simone is pulling away into Germany with Max Benq trying to move forward, and he's trying to use the slipstream of Marcheno, and he does use that to move past, so notch them up a position between the 2 of them. But yeah, Benq now, he's got his sights set forward to Simone Maria Marcheno. The front 2, I mean, they're pretty close together, Holtzman and Pinto, but they have pulled away from Pete Berryman.
Yeah, they have. A bit of a surprise, if we're being completely honest. A side-by-side down the hill. Marcheno still trying to defend from Mr. iRacing! Oh, bobbles, but just about hangs on to that one. Mandanok almost took advantage. Benq will lose 1 more position. Nesov getting some valuable points there.
How? How does he hang on to that car and not end up into the wall? This is why we have these drivers here. They are the best drivers across all of sim racing. And my goodness, just the ability to hang on to this car. As I said, this car bites. When it goes, it goes.
It's not necessarily as quick as the Dallara IR01, but look at the push as well. The Benq through the kink. You'd think that would be a flat-out corner, but almost washes wide. 3 abreast in front of him into Canada corner. That's not going to work out, surely. Mandanok gets past Marcheno. Benq takes advantage to slip up the inside of Nesov.
This is brilliant stuff. We need more of this. Bring back the FW31. That's what I say. This is fantastic stuff. Oh, we got a car off at the Canada corner. Exit Canada corner, and it's a saga again.
I think Dylan Shriven's got mixed up in that one.
Oh.
Why is Italy going slow? Oh, that's a lap car.
Traffic.
That must be Moreno Surica. Oh, for a moment I was like, what more dramas? What's left to be written in this story?
Johan Half is dropping down the order, and he's taking a toe to the bit. Schmillo, oh my goodness, Victor has gone off. I apologise, Victor, I really do. But yeah, I'm tripping over my words there. But yeah, all sorts happening out there.
Kirill Kolobusov for Russia is in the pits. Dylan Shrivens for Portugal is in the pits. Victor Smoliarchek is also down in pit lane. Hasaga did mix up with Shriven. I'm not sure if Shriven just got onto the grass and then lost control by himself. That's what happened to Johan Hart on the right side of Bill Mitchell Bend. And
that was one of the UK cars off as well.
Who went flying in the air?
I couldn't see on that shot, but yeah.
Now we're trying to just get word.
So this is what happened to Hart. Oh, it's a car recovering right across. That's one of the Portugal cars.
So that's Dylan Shrivens. That was Dylan Shrivens, and Johan Hart, nothing he could do there. That's going to be frustrating for sure. There are some damaged FW31s, and now we just have to wait and see what the point situation is going to be. I think Russia will be in front of Japan as a result of what happened to Asaga and the fact that Nesov is still up there at the front. The question is for France and Italy, is France a little bit closer to Italy now? Spain versus Portugal, I'd suspect that Portugal is still in front. 3 minutes to go, so about 2 laps on the offer for us here.
I mean, I did expect this to be a bit of a sprint race, but this is turned into a race of attrition here already. This is absolutely incredible. And, well, we thought things had calmed down by about halfway point of this race, but no, that's not the case.
Drive-through penalty has come down for one of the Russian cars, so we'll wait to see if that's going to play out.
He's already served that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so let's see if that's going to play out in the favor of Japan then. Poor race control, not only having to keep on top of all the incidents, but also have to try and track the points as it runs. Fluke down the inside of Marcheno. I wonder if now Marcheno's got a little bit of damage to his car. Pedro Sanchez-Albert, Maxime Brient make the 4-car train as they work their way up under the Corvette bridge. Wow, up front, Pinto is keeping his red line counterpart, Patrick Holtzman, honest. They have broken away from Peter Berryman, Jose Soria, Andre Martins, also down onto pit lane this time around. I have no idea how the points are looking right now, Paul.
I don't think our race admin is knowing how the points are looking as well. Well, we've got an update there. Yeah, USA are absolutely dominating Poland. France clear of Italy now. Germany, good 16 points over the UK. Spain, nicely clear of Portugal. And Russia still ahead of Japan, or moving ahead of Japan, should I say, in their battle.
Alexander Thieber down the inside of Sotomuto, so those are more points going in favor of the Russian team in the semi-final. Maxime Brient now will try and set the run up out of the final corner into turn 1 as he attacks Simona Maria Marcheno. France is ahead of Italy, so do need to be a bit careful there, but Alexei Nesov has passed Valentin Mandanok, so that's some more points going in the favor of Italy in this battle. Brient gets that done easily, so surely Marcheno's got some sort of damage. Przemysław Lemonet gets past Carlos Fenolosa as well. There's action up and down. No matter where you look, there is something going on.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle for the lead is getting quite close as well between the two of them. In fact, Pinto has moved ahead. Oh my goodness, that's Holtzman!
From the race lead. Was that by himself? Just a little bit too aggressive on the power. Does it bring the UK back into the mix?
Oh, I'd love to get a second look at that one, because that, in fact, here we go. So it's Pinto and Holtzman, the two of them battling it out. As you mentioned, they are teammates normally, but against each other this time into turn 5. And do you know what? I think Holtzman's just gone a little bit too quick around there, and he might have damaged his rear suspension with that hit.
I'd be curious to get an onboard with, oh, perfect, onboard with Pinto.
Yeah,
no, there was no assistant. Yeah, that was all by himself. Just a bit too aggressive into the corner, and then a bit aggressive on the throttle as well. Plenty of horsepower to play with in this FW31. And, well, now I have no idea, but Holtzman is still in 8th. I think you're right. He's got some damage. He'll come under fire from Jamie Fluke as we're watching Dallas Pataska, I believe.
We're getting one more lap because the leader is just crossing the line now, so we're going to get one more lap here.
So, it comes down to this. 5 teams will advance directly through to the 4-race final. For the other 5, one final chance in a rallycross showdown to advance, where 2 of the drivers will compete. Spain gets past there. Maxime Brient, I think, trying to attack on Pedro Sanchez. Excuse me, no, this is Victor Preto and Valentin Mandanok. We got some wonderful liveries here, Paul. We should shout out iLiveries for the job they've done to represent each country with the cars as well.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job considering how many cars that are. Wow! UK moved ahead of Germany with that incident for Holtzman. So all of a sudden, the UK are automatically going through to the finals.
I'm glad that I put the commentator's curse down on the UK then. I'll take full credit for it.
I mean, I was with you. I thought Germany would waltz away with that one, just with the level of drivers, but it doesn't help them that Dan Beats retired from the race early on. Holtzman had that issue there. Yes, you've got Benq up there in 4th place and Tiber in 15th. Holtzman's down to 9th, and if he's not careful, he's going to lose another place. But Pinto, well, he's nearly at the final corner.
He kept the pressure on Patrick Holtzman until Patrick Holtzman crumbled under that pressure. Diogo Pinto will win in the semi-final. Road America in the FW31. There's an Italy car with no rear wing that illustrates the level of carnage that we've seen today. Peter Merriman crosses the line in second. It's going to be a drag race between Simona Maria Marcheno, Maxime Briette, and potentially a couple of the cars behind. An almighty send coming through the final corner. Up the hill they will work. France versus Italy versus Spain. Who's it gonna be? I think France just about held on there. My word, what a showdown this was, Paul, and an illustration of what we're in for the remaining 5 races of the day.
Well, you don't normally say that a Formula 1 car would produce that level of excitement, but my goodness, all with the same fixed setup, all working hard and pushing it as hard as they can, and that is what you get.
And remember, these are the overall results, but it's about the matchups where you get the points. That's what matters here. So Portugal with the victory for Diogo Pinto. Valuable points in the battle versus Spain, but I don't think it was enough when all things were said and done, given that Spain were consistent across of their 4 drivers. Peter Baumann, Phil Denez through the top 3, with Maximilian Benecke being the highest ranked German after Patrick Holtzman's incident. Alexei Nessov completes the top 5 with Victor Preto, Valentin Mandanat for Spain and France, Jamie Fluke and Patrick Holtzman for the UK and Germany, the 2 countries going head to head with one another. 8th and 9th, Pedro Sanchez Albert completes the top 10. Maxime Briette, it was a drag race between him and some of the other cars. He finishes in 11th with Ślemislav Lemenek for Poland down in 12th. Carlos Fenelosa, 13th position for him, while Simona Maria Marcheno for Italy in 14th. Alexander Thieb for Germany completes this race in 15th position. Dallas Pataska in 16th, with Sotomuto dropping down the order slightly down into 17th spot. James Pinsker, the man in the Aviators, finishes in 18th with Quintin Violette and Dino Lombardi head-to-head in the semi-finals, 19th and 20th out on track. Nuno Henriquez was in 21st position, while Ross Banfield for the USA down in 22nd. Charlie Summers, Burst Esports driver for the UK in 23rd. Well, then you find the Russian and Japan drivers that were meant to go head-to-head, but found themselves mixed up in some strife early doors and really were on the back foot right off the bat. Dmitry Kovanov, Shunsuke Kuno, Denis Grabowski, and Kirill Kolobusov through the top 27. Andre Martins 28th, with Hayata Asaga mixed up in multiple incidents down in 29th. Moreno Sorica and his Italian counterpart Alessandro Bico 30th and 31st. Then we get to some of the cars that didn't finish the race. It was Mateusz Luczak, Dylan Shrivens, Jose Soria, Victor Smoliarchuk for Poland, Johan Harth, the 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion. He's used to being in the air, not necessarily like that though, being launched into oblivion by a contact with Dylan Shrivens. Masafumi Aburame 37th, while the final 3 cars, Elvis Rankin, Christopher Dambeats, and Dominic Blair through the top 40. Fastest lap went to the fastest man at Hungary, Phil Denez, 1:37.259. I think the USA team will be one to watch here. Well, still a reminder, we've got 5 races left to go, John, and if they're as crazy as that, we're not going to have any voices to talk about the stuff by the time we get to the end.
Well, luckily that's why I'm here. I can step in, give you guys a bit of a breather. But yeah, this format just keeps on delivering. Yeah, there was a certain point with 2 or 3 laps to go, things looked fairly settled, similar to the final race yesterday. And then, of course, we had the mistake out front from Holtzman, which was unbelievable. He did it all on his own. He could have given up that position. Germany would have been fine, but instead, they now have to fight their way through in Rallycross. I still think they have a chance. If they can get through the Rallycross, they'll be in the mix because they've got such strong strength and depth. But UK, obviously winning the Rallycross yesterday, now they don't even have to take part in it. We also don't have Johan Harth in the Rallycross too, because France are through as well. So the Rallycross is kind of anyone's to win, really. There was a few disappointing performances in there as well, I would have said. Obviously, Dominic Blair having issues early on meant that Poland, after a really strong running yesterday, right near the back, similar for Japan. And Italy as well. They started off slowly yesterday. Bit of a slow start for them again today, and they've got it all to do.
I mean, Italy really came on strong by the end, so maybe they just need to warm up in effect. Paul, Crazy stuff. And last year, the FW31 was our final race. I'm a little bit glad it's not this time around because it was a scramble last year to the checkered flag to crown our champion. It's going to be a scramble this year, but at least it's in an LMP2 car, one that's a little bit more sturdy and able to take some of the damage. That shot across the checkered flag where one of the Italy cars had lost its rear wing, I think really spoke to the level of carnage that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, it did give us a dramatic final last year, did the FW31, that's for sure, but what a display there. Interesting point about Italy, where you say once again they're just having that little bit of a slow start. You can't afford a slow start today. You've got to be on it every single race, and we'll see it with the points here.
So, in our matchups, 5 drivers will advance directly through to the finals. The USA dominant over Poland because of early issues for Poland. France versus Italy was close. They were trading the gaps back and forth, but France will advance there. Germany, at one point, had that in the bag, but because of Patrick Holtzman's mistake, because the likes of Jamie Fluke, Peter Berwin finished up there in the top 10, the UK, well, I'll eat my words there, they will advance straight through to the final. Spain versus Portugal, Spain goes through there. Russia, at one point, were almost 20 points behind Japan. Multiple incidents, though, for the Japanese drivers. Russia, straight through to the finals. I just love the way that John yesterday played out, because France, Italy, UK, Germany, Spain, Portugal, in international football, these are dream matchups to see.
I totally agree with you, yeah. And it almost felt like a football game, the way that the drama, the passion, the way that it would quickly turn from one way to another was incredible as well. Spain were another good example. They obviously took away 128 points there, which is the second highest total of any team. At one point, they weren't looking so strong, but what Spain did really well is they had the strength and depth. They ran in pairs. They were running not the best positions. There was only one car inside the top 10. They were kind of sitting around 15th, 16th position, but they kept it clean, picked up the positions, and ended up with the second highest points haul, whereas Germany, obviously super quick in qualifying. If you had a regular qualifying format, we would have seen a couple of German cars right at the top. But the way it worked, they did manage to get their way to the front early on, pushing too hard, maybe trying a bit too hard, and paying the price. So it shows you, even in that race where it was all about getting off to a quick start and making moves and it being really intense, at the same time, drivers who kept it calm actually ended up winning in the end. So yeah, great stuff to start off with, and it just sets us up for another day of exciting action, doesn't it?
It does, and I can tell you, races like this are great for drama, both in front of the camera and behind the scenes as well. There is plenty of talk going on between the drivers after that first race. And a reminder as well, Paul, that not all 4 drivers for our, from the semi-final will be racing in the playoffs for the 5 countries that missed out. Because rallycross, you know, you can only have, no, now you can have 12, but most tracks have a maximum of 10 cars. 2 drivers from each of the countries will be fighting it out in a race with no qualifying. The order is going to be set based on the results of the semi-final, so it's really going to be just jump in there, make sure you're feeling comfortable, and get right up to speed.
Absolutely, and you know, as John pointed out, some of the specialist rallycross drivers aren't taking part in this race now, so this puts it wide open. We've seen how aggressive the rallycross driving can be as well, and of course they're going to Barcelona, which isn't the easiest of tracks to overtake at either. I mean, speaking as an IRX All-Star race winner, I can say that it is incredibly difficult to make those overtakes around that track, and it's all about keeping clean and not really sliding the car that much.
My favorite moment of IRX across of the 2021 season was when Paul was racing in his heat and coming through the final corner, I'm in the lead. That's it. And it's going to be 5 laps, John. 5 laps, that's it. It's all the time that you've got. You're either setting yourself up to head into the finals, or you're setting yourself up to watch from the sidelines.
It's going to be incredible, because it's going to be all about having that speed, and you need to have the aggression to make your way forward, obviously within reason. We don't want to see controversial incidents. Maybe some of you do, but I certainly want to see some good, clean action. But the thing is as well, with rallycross, it's not just about being aggressive. You have to be clean and you have to be calm, because you have to hit your apexes. You can't be overshooting the corners, because as soon as you miss an apex, you're opening the door for someone to fire their car down the inside, possibly into your door as well. So you really, really need to stay calm under the pressure, but pick your moments to move forward and try and defend. It's going to be absolutely hectic.
and we'll get to that race as soon as we can. But we're going to step away for a couple of moments' time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with last chance qualifier action here on RaceBot TV, VCO Esports, TraxionGG, and across of iRacing social media. Well, we made the trip to the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia, not for more F1 action, but instead for some rallycross competition here in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. It's last chance qualifier time. 5 laps will determine the 2 final teams that will work their way into the 4-part finale to fight for $25,000. Welcome back to RaceBot TV, TraxionGG, VCO Esports, and of course iRacing social media, where myself, Arjuna Kenkipati, is joined by Paul Smith and John Monroe. And John, we talked about it just before the break. 5 laps, that's it. That's all the time you've got to determine your own destiny here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the shortest session of the whole weekend in terms of, you know, the amount of time between getting yourself prepared and being at the finish, knowing the results, is basically nothing. So it is going to be flat out from the get-go. And yeah, you guys are going to have to, you're going to struggle basically to get through this commentary without taking a breath, because it's going to be happening. Every corner is going to be crucial.
It's a good thing that Paul and I have plenty of experience at commentating here. Of course, we were delighted to be part of the 2021 Rallycross World Championship coverage. But Paul, just looking at the teams that we've got in store for us: Poland, Italy, Germany, Portugal, and Japan. No matter how you swing it, like we saw yesterday, there's going to be at least one huge nation that is left out of the finals here. Hopefully for Team Germany trying to defend their crown for 2020, they can make their way through this last chance qualifier, all of this drama, to be in a position to defend that crown.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been crucial to see who that they have chosen for this final. We'll be able to go through that grid when we get that up for you, but yeah, it's crucial now who you pick for this race, who can not only deal with rallycross but deal with the pressure, because it is a lot of pressure is this to go into this last chance qualifier. And well, it promises to be dramatic, because we had plenty of drama last year, didn't we, Arjuna?
Yeah, no, we weren't sure how much we wanted to talk about that, but of course there was an incident that meant that we saw one of the teams that would have qualified for the finals having to be removed because race control interfered. And race control has already warned John that they will be a bit more active than they've been through the course of the weekend so far. If they see something that's egregious and it's going to cost the team a position in the finals, they will not hesitate to rectify that before we head to the first of the final races, first of 4. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. And you were saying that, yeah, obviously there were a lot of incidents yesterday and the stewards were keeping an eye on things, but they're going to have to be on it, especially in this race with everything that's on the line. And yeah, we might see some provisional results that don't end up happening. We're just going to have to play it by ear and keep an eye on things as the race develops. But yeah, then 4 incredible final races coming up later on. We're going to have to try and survive this and then see where we stand. But of course, that is a chance for every single team to reset. And you know, if you make it through this race, suddenly you've got just as good a chance as everyone else. And the best thing about the competition this year, especially in comparison to last year, is it is wide open. Try and pick a winner from these nations, even the nations in this battle at the moment for the next race. You know, the likes of Germany, Italy, even Poland, based on yesterday, they're all race-winning potential nations, or event-winning nations. So it's anyone's game.
At least the UK and Germany didn't go to penalties. We know how that one would have gone.
Scotland
Not my comment.
Thank you, Arjuna.
Hey, don't worry, I'm a 3 Lions fan. I would never support the Barmy Army, though, when it comes to some cricket competition. So let's talk about the teams the drivers that the countries have put forward here. For Germany, it's going to be Max Benecke and Alexander Thieb. Of course, it's a red line lineup, so red line drivers, it would make sense. For Japan, it's Sota Muto, Hayata Asaga. For Portugal, it's going to be Andre Martins and Dylan Shrivens. For Poland, it's going to be Victor Smoliarchuk, as well as Dominic Blair. And then for Italy, Alessandro Bico, Simona Maria Marcheno. We did see, Paul, Simona Maria Marcheno picked up some of the skills from his Altus teammate, Bo Albert.
Of course, he did do a lot of the spotting in the World Championship Series for them, so you'll have spent a lot of time in the car as well, you know, working with that team. So Simone could be a really good shout for this this final race. It's how his teammate Bico gets on as well. But we're getting close to the start of this this last chance qualifier, and well, it's all on the line here in this one.
Can you feel the energy? Can you feel the tension? Because we are ready to go. 5 laps. That is it. It is not much time at all. Let's dial up the starting grid then for the final time for some of these competitors. Maximilian Benecke will be alongside Andre Martins, Simona Mira Marcheno and Sota Muto 3rd and 4th positions. Victor Smoliarchuk and Alexander Thieba will line up 5th and 6th. while Dylan Shrivens will be in 7th alongside Alessandro Bico. Hayata Asaga and Dominic Blair will round out the final row of this grid. We know how crazy the start can be here, Paul, because you line up on the back straight, running yourselves down into the hairpin that's on the end of that back straight, and that leads you onto the regular rallycross course.
Yeah, and it really narrows down on the exit of that first turn for these drivers as well. They cannot take the Joker lap straight away. They have to go round at least one lap before they can take the Joker lap. So in a 5-lap race, it only gives them 4 opportunities to take that Joker.
Hopefully they all got the memo, Paul.
It's the only reason I won that race, let's be honest.
The All-Stars didn't get that memo during the World Championship when we had one of the most eclectic grids you can find. We got a couple of moments still before we get to the racing. As an IRX All-Star Heat winner here, Paul, if there's going to be a pass, where do you set it up?
You basically have to set things up in advance. Try and set up the drivers and make them move about on the track and get them offline to then make a move. You can't make a move anywhere around here, but really you want to try and get in front here at the start and then try and drive away.
10 seconds. Who are you picking to win this one? Not advance. Who are you picking to win?
Marchena.
Okay, I like that. So it's 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. They are staggered very slightly, so you can see Dylan Shrivens has a line to the inside if he wants to be bold and send it, but it's a heavy braking zone that leads you back onto the rallycross course. We are ready to go for 5 laps of absolute chaos. Here we go. Marcheno gets a launch and immediately pinches Andre Martins. Benq will cycle through. One of the Polish cars goes around. Japan is mixed up in all of that. Portugal, oh, that's Dylan Shrivens off the track. And the second Portuguese car is off as well.
Oh, it's absolute carnage at turn 2. Nobody wants to get around here.
Oh,
and Marcheno is one of the big ones who's been involved in that. Italy are having a nightmare.
And remember, both...
You can't take that. You cannot do that on the opening laps. So Poland will end up with a penalty with that driver.
Oh, a second one. Thieber. Well, none of these drivers got the memo, it would turn out. And the problem with this is, for Germany, Alexander Thieber, if he did take the Joker, has meant that Maximilian Benq is in a difficult position. Both drivers score points, and it's the accumulation of your drivers that will determine the lineup. And Portugal is up and over. Oh!
And that was Thieber who was involved there as well. Japan are going around. This is carnage here in this last chance qualifier.
Bico up into the wall. There's Marcheno as he's battling with Dylan Shrivens, who's managed to recover at least back onto track. Benq has run away at the front, but the real question is, where is Thieber going to cycle out in all of this? Because if he did take the Joker on lap number 1, he will drop to the end of the field as... Oh, that's Andre Martin.
Oh!
You can't do that. Connery Maddock is not going to be happy with that.
No, he's not. And the thing is, with his rejoin, he's actually gone and got launched over the wall, and he's got to do that part of the lap again.
Well, so Benq is jokered, I think.
We don't know. This is absolutely crazy to keep an eye on what's happening out there.
Yeah, no, we've seen some, should we call it interesting races here, Paul, before? I think this is the most interesting.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, a few of the All-Star races that I was involved in was interesting.
Just some bias there.
Marcheno has gone on to the Joker this time, and it's the rejoin of the Joker is really crucial here, because you're taking such a fast line out of the Joker lap, whereas the normal line is to take that tight hairpin around, and you can really end up making collision and contact with each other through there.
And so we'll try and get you the point situation, but I think as it runs, Portugal would advance, but Germany's in second. I don't think Germany's going to advance if Thieber has a penalty. We'll have to wait and see, because that's the reality. All the cars are taken to the Joker. We'll have 1 lap to go next time around. Benq is closed on Andre Martin. That gap 1.8 seconds. Benq might be able to get close enough to get the pass done.
How is Martins in that position? That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out as well.
I think he might end up with I think, was it Martins who actually came across, no, it was Scrivens, wasn't it?
It must have been.
With the rejoin. So
Yes.
Martin's car is a mess, though, I can tell you that. There's a move to the inside on Scrivens. Oh, and Sotomuto finding that hairpin with the tyres there, it's not easy to make a move.
No, it's a pretty technical, pretty tricky course. There you can see, by the way, coming back onto the gravel, Benq is now 1 second behind Andre Martins. As up and over the jump they go. This is a start-finish line different to where it's placed in the real world, so it's a bit more difficult to get things done. Here is the battle for the lead, though. Benq knows that he needs to try and get past because Thieber is all the way down in 9th position, sliding through the gravel. Track narrows down as he come onto the jump, and that's what happens. Benq does hold on to the car. Andre Martins actually helps out Maximilian Benq there. 2 more corners to go. It should be Benq that wins this last chance qualifier. Martins in 2nd. But now the question is what's going to happen with every other car and how is the points going to play out here?
Now that, I would say, was that Martins did nothing wrong there. Benq was coming across his nose, and that's why there was contact between them. Italy! Into the barrier. Well... we'll wait for the results to become finalised because they haven't been finalised yet. We have to wait and see what penalties are coming the way. And in fact, it's just updated now. And yeah, I don't know about you, but on my timing screen, I'm seeing slightly different results. There we go.
Yes, no, that's what I'm seeing as well. It's Maximilian Benq, 17 seconds clear of Simona Mira-Marchena, who will add a party to the line. Hayata Asaga, Dylan Shriven, 2nd, 3rd, 4th for them. Sotomuto 5th. So Japan is still in with the mix. So is Italy. Andre Martins had a lap penalty there, an automatic lap penalty, so not sure exactly what happened. Alessandro Bico, Dominic Blair, Alexander Thieb, Victor Smalley, Archuk through the top 9, and Martins, of course, 10. Benq, we're getting word, might have a penalty.
Well, we'll have to wait for a final decision before we find out what's happened there. But, I mean, we said it was going to be chaotic, didn't we, with the IRX around Barcelona? And that's exactly what we got there with a bunch of drivers who never really take part in IRX.
John, what did you think of that smorgasbord of entertainment?
There's no kind of way around it. It was a complete shambles. I mean, going into the first corner, we had the Japanese car that started 10th, 2nd, and then making contact with the Portuguese car. We had 9 out of 10 of them facing the wrong way or in the wall. It was like open lobby stuff there. After so many great races, it was going to come to a head. We said this would be the most intense race of the lot, and it's proved that. I had no idea who was going through any stage of that race. Very difficult to follow in terms of the results. Even towards the end, we had the lead 2 come together with Benq and the Portuguese car. So absolute chaos. We've got 3 teams in the mixer. I'm still waiting to see the final standings to see who got through. It's very close between Italy, Japan and Germany. And I mean, where do you start with that? If that race replay is saved, it's the perfect kind of, if you want to teach someone how to learn about stewarding and looking at different incidents, just give them that replay file, tell them to sort that mess out and see what comes out.
I have a very good question here, and whoever's got the rule book at hand, you might want to look through it. What happens if the points are a tie in the in this last chance qualifier?
Well, in this case, it doesn't matter because the provisional results have Japan and Italy tied. If this holds, Germany, defending champions, are done, Paul.
Yeah, which is
a
complete shock. Well, you think last year's champions of the Cup of Nations, you wouldn't have predicted this, would you, at all? But this is the thing. This is the peril of getting yourself into a last chance qualifier, and before you know it, you're ending up out of the event.
Well, I will say, we can't say they're final yet because Italy's going to have something to potentially answer for. I know Portugal's a little bit frustrated with them. Germany might have something to answer for as well. Does that promote someone else into the mix? Japan, Italy, provisionally, we should highlight that, provisionally tied on 40 points apiece. Germany 2 points back from that, but we'll get you confirmation as soon as we can. In the meantime, these are those provisional points. Let's make that clear. In the meantime, John, let's start focusing then on the final. What's in store for the 7 nations that have made it through? And we are getting word these are confirmed. Japan and Italy will advance. Germany, Portugal, and Poland wave goodbye. We will have a new champion in these Cup of Nations. Drama. I think that's all I can say, John.
Yeah, and if tensions weren't high before, they certainly are now. That will, especially for the Japanese and Italian teams that were involved in that race, that must have been a roller coaster of emotions, and they're going to have to really calm down, take a breath, and reset for the next 4 races coming up. And what a lineup we have of nations and of races. You know, Japan and Italy. Japan have probably going into this as the underdogs now because they've not really had the outright pace since the first race. Whereas Italy were looking really strong towards the end of yesterday's event. Maybe they can be contenders. I still think Italy are in with a shout of winning this thing. You've obviously got France and UK who've been strong throughout as well. There's plenty of strong teams in the mix. So yeah, it's going to be great. The first race, of course, the Porsche 992 around Montreal. We saw the racing that the Porsche produced at Monza, and that was a spectacle. Montreal, a similar kind of circuit to Monza, of course. Lots of long straights, heavy braking zones, chicanes. The walls are a little bit closer at Montreal, so if tensions are still running high after that race, we need to be a bit careful. But as we saw, they produced a lot of great racing. These Porsches all about the traction out of the corners as well. I mean, let's hope for a bit of a cleaner one, but I'm very excited, and yeah, it's going to be great.
The Wall of Champions might claim some wannabe champions here today in that Porsche 911 Cup car. And we saw some great racing, Paul, in that Cup car yesterday at Monza. But it's a very different sort of a track. It will be the same setup, though. The same fixed setup, the same medium downforce setup that these drivers have to deal with. Oh, that's going to be a treat, especially when you think about that Montreal has curbs that are very, very willing to spin you around and put you into the walls.
Yeah, certainly. Montreal, it's like a street track, is this venue, and it's unforgiving if you get one little line wrong. I mean, every chicane you go through, you are in peril, because if you get that wrong, if you're side by side with somebody, you don't quite get the room, you're in the wall. It's that simple. So you got to be careful with this track and treat it with respect.
And then race number 2 of the final. So 911 Cup car at Monza, that's race 1. Race 2, John, is a throwback to what we saw last year. The Ford Fusion, the legacy Ford Fusion. So the old generation NASCAR Cup stock Cup car at Homestead, Miami. That is a very difficult combination, more difficult than I think people realize, because it's a track where in the real world the high line is pretty powerful, but it's a track where you can run multiple different lines as well. Yeah,
exactly. And Homestead, Miami is not an easy oval to just keep it flat. It's not going to be anything like the Indy Pro race we saw yesterday. You know, the drivers are really going to, you know, anyone who's got experience in NASCAR and experience with Homestead are going to have a big advantage here because it's not an easy circuit. Tire wear might be a thing as well. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see what different lines the drivers go for. But I mean, this race could go any direction. Like at this point, who can predict a winner?
And then for race number 3, that's going to be back to hell Lankenbahn in an STI, Subaru STI rallycross car. So that will be the penultimate race of the weekend. And then the final pole, Dallara LMP2 at Sebring, respecting the bumps for a 20-minute showdown to decide it all.
Yeah, and what a classic venue it is to be able to see that. By the way, I'm getting word the stewards are reviewing an incident from that rallycross race yet. So we could still have a change here. I think we're going to have to give the stewards time to be able to look at that and get the results to everyone in the show once we know finally.
Well, I tell you what, while race control goes and takes one final look, we're going to step away for a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final 4 races here in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO in just a couple of minutes' time.
Come on.
Across a contact sport, a cage match on wheels, but ultimately a move was determined to be over the line, and well, we've got new results out of our last chance showdown to set the grid for the final four races in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. Delighted you can join us and keep joining us on TraxionGG, VCO Esports, RaceSpot TV, and across of iRacing social media. Myself, Arjuna Kankipati, joined by Paul Smith and John Monroe. And Paul, updated results. Portugal made a protest about some contact that happened with Italy. Italy dropped down the order. Japan and Germany advance. Our defending champions still in with a chance of regaining their crown.
Well, I mean, talk about hanging on by the skin of your teeth. That's exactly what we've seen from Germany. So, yeah. The thing is, if anybody could have protested anything in that race, and, well, there we go. That's the results. Germany do get themselves through. Japan, obviously, they do stay through as well. Italy, they'll be absolutely gutted about that, but if you do the crime, you do the time.
Yep, that's true, but I can tell you that drama, I mean, it's sim racing, that's kind of what you expect when it comes to a sport where there's no physical consequences, both for the car itself and emotions sometimes. You can't get face-to-face with other drivers. Sometimes like we see in NASCAR. Will we see that happen at Homestead, Miami, tempers flaring? John, I mean, crazy that the defending champions at one point were looking out of it, but that's the beauty of this format. There is no guarantees. You need to make sure you put yourself in the right position at the right time, and ultimately for Germany they're just going to be relieved that they've got one final chance to make sure they have the chance to regain their championship here.
Exactly, and they're on equal footing with every other team now. Suddenly, you could argue they might even be the favourites if they've got the strongest group overall. And it's kind of funny that after that first race, you know, we saw Germany looking really good, and then right at the last minute it got turned on its head with a mistake, and they're out into the playoff races. And then suddenly in the playoff races, it's the totally opposite side of the scale, where they're looking bad, and then right at the last second, it comes good for them. Okay, it came down to the stewards in the end, but I mean that whole race was defined by the stewards and the race itself. There was so much carnage. We were always going to see that, but yeah, Germany now in with a shout, which is something we didn't think 10 minutes ago. Really interesting that, you know, Paul, you were saying after that first race at Road America, Italy, they were slow to start, but you can't afford to be slow to start, and that's been proven. You know, they were into that race, they had a good showing, but they couldn't pull it together. It was so much carnage that it was anyone's result, and at the end of the day, Italy are now going home early.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, Italy, as I say, they'll be frustrated with the decision and they'll feel aggrieved, but at the end of the day, when everything sort of cools down and the emotions have gone, I've seen a clip of what happened. I feel that the correct decision was made by the stewards. So at the end of the day, yes, they can feel aggrieved, but at the end, well, I'm sorry, but you can't do silly things that push people out the way in a race.
To quote Paul Smith, you do the crime, you do the time. I think that's very apt to what we saw there. Kind of similar to what actually happened yesterday in some Nitro Rallycross in full medal action. Chase Elliott, the NASCAR stock car driver, one of the most popular drivers in NASCAR, was getting a taste of flying cars and fighting with Tanner Faust, one of the greats in American Rallycross. A little bit aggressive when trying to get a move done. Won his battle bracket, but did end up getting a penalty, so Tanner Faust advanced from there. We saw that in the final of the battle brackets as well. Mr. Travis Pastrana was battling with one of the Hansen brothers, and similarly a move was dinged there. Rallycross, yes, it's a cage match on wheels, but you do have rules to be followed. So now we get ready for the finals. 4 races, all building up to our champion, our Cup of Nations champion, our World Cup winner, if you will. I love this format. It's just so much fun. And this 992 Cup car at Montreal is going to have open qualifying. So, John, I think that's crucial. Unlike what we're seeing for a lot of the other races where the grid is set by the results, that the group stages, for example, set the grids there. The results from qualifying weren't determined by the strictest open qualifying results. For the semi-final, it was tabulated by the order so that it was a little bit more interesting. This, though, is a race where you can make sure if you have 4 fast cars, you could start in the top 4 as well.
Exactly. There is nowhere to hide in this session, because if you're near the back, you can't be saved by your teammates' good qualifying effort, and there's nothing false about it. You have to be at the front of the grid. You know, if you're the fastest driver in your team and you're only down in 20th, your whole team is going to be on the back foot straight away. So, of course, every point from now on accumulates. So every race counts just as much as every other race, and it means that this first qualifying session is going to be absolutely crucial. We saw Germany this morning at Road America right at the front in qualifying, not with 1 car but with 2 cars, Holtzman and Benq. So they obviously have that strength and depth. That didn't really help them at the start of the race because of the system. Whereas now, if they can do that again, they're going to be looking really good. So this is going to be a huge, huge test for the drivers, but especially the drivers towards the back of the grid.
And surely, Paul, you'd kind of suspect that a lot of the World Championship drivers that will be competing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup in 2022 will have a bit of a leg up in this part of the race as well, because, for example, Maximilian Benq won a pretty significant tournament in this car just a week ago, fighting with the likes of Sebastian Job and so many other World Championship drivers. Surely they're the ones that have the experience that, with this type of format, will carry them, not just in qualifying, but the race itself.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got it spot on there. They're going to be all on a fixed setup, so it's not like they would have in a World Championship where they've got the car dialed in exactly how they like it. But certainly that experience in this car will go and contribute towards their results here today, and they should have that little bit of an advantage over everybody else. But, you know, never say never. A lot of these drivers tried qualifying for this year's Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup as well, so they've got a lot of time in the Porsche 991 that was in, but still plenty of experience in that tin top action.
So let's get some predictions. Germany, UK, France, Japan, USA, Spain, and Russia. It's wide open, and I think it's very hard to actually predict. So if you get this one right, maybe you are a time traveler. John, which way are you swinging right now?
I'd say based on yesterday's action, France were looking good, but I've got to say the potential I've seen from this Germany squad, I know they won last time, they've not really been at their best this time, but you can see the pace is there, you know, the lap times are there, they've just maybe made a few mistakes. I really do think, especially after that rallycross situation, Germany getting in by the skin of their teeth, they will be absolutely desperate to take advantage of the opportunity that's been handed to them, and I honestly think we could see another German victory come the end of the day.
How are you thinking about this one, Paul?
I mean, we've been calling Germany all along, haven't we? All the way from yesterday that they're one of the favourites, being the winners last year, having a team lineup that worked together as a team normally as well. So they've got that dynamic there. However, in an event like this, in a championship like this, things, little, you know, curveballs can come their way, and before you know it, you're not doing well. We saw that in the semi-final at the start of today's event. So we can't write off Germany, absolutely not, but there are some really, really good fast races out there for other nations. UK, I think they're going to be really good in this car. I think they've got a really good outfit for them in this vehicle. It's a toss a coin. It's you roll the dice. Who do you want to win? You know, I just think that this is going to be some tremendous action, because you see, I've learned from the master of sitting on the fence, which is Arjuna Kankapati.
See, I'm going to go. I'm going to put a prediction here. I think it's going to come down to France and the UK, but I think that France, the level of quality that they have, the fact that they've got Johan Hart in the team as well, that's really going to help them in that rallycross race. I think it's the French team that will come out on top. See, I can avoid sitting on a French sometimes.
I mean, can we all? Would you say Japan are the underdogs here? I would say yes. They're probably the one team that no one's putting their money on. The USA have shown enough pace in those early races that you can't really count them out, whereas Japan have been struggling a little bit. They've been hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Could you imagine the scenes if we have a Japan victory?
I do think, though, for the USA, they have pace, but do they have the consistency over all four drivers to put themselves in the right positions, Paul?
As much as I want to say yes, I just don't think they have. I mean, Phil Denez will do very well in this car. We know how good he is in a GT-style car. He is a wonderful driver. The rest of the team, I mean, some of these teams actually in today's race, the ones that were in the last chance qualifier yesterday, have got a leg up over everybody else because they've had that recent knowledge of this car. So they know what it's like to race, they know what it's like to drive it, so they've got a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the competitors. You can never really write off the USA, that's for sure, but yeah, I just feel that they lack that consistency that someone like Germany or France seem to have.
Well, almost ready for qualifying here at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve for the first of 4 races in the finale. You can see the cars out on track getting a little bit of practice under their belts. And a reminder, since 7 nations are out on track, we'll have 28 cars in our field. It's a pretty big field when you think about it, Paul.
It certainly is. Yeah, it's not a small grid, is this? 28 cars. You know, you normally have, say, you know, 26, 24 cars on a grid for most series, and yeah, 28. It is a large field, but with a long track like this at the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve, it's certainly, you know, 4.36 kilometers, 13 turns officially. You can get a little bit of field spread, but in a 20-minute race with a slipstream, it's not the strongest of slipstreams with this car. I do think that we'll see sort of groups of cars get together.
Lap record here, a blistering 1:13, almost flat by Valtteri Bottas back in 2019. It's a track that's hosted all sorts of things. Sports car racing has come here. That was as recently as 2012. NASCAR has had a couple of races here. A Champ Car back in the day. There's been rumors maybe that IndyCar would come here, but obviously most known for Formula One. Of course, Formula One is not visited here due to the global pandemic in the last couple of years, but it is at least provisionally scheduled for 2022, Paul, and it's going to be so good to get this track back onto the Formula One schedule.
They've spent a lot of money on the pit complex and the paddock. Have the circuit owners, and the Formula One not coming here will have hit them hard financially by not being able to utilise those facilities and get the big earner into here. But certainly it is a traditional track. This goes back to the late 70s, early 80s. Had a different layout back then. The back straight wasn't quite as straight. It was a series of sweeping curves, but then due to safety concerns after the incidents in 1994, they decided to straighten that out, give it a long straight at the back, and see them flying through there. There is some incredible footage from the 80s, back in the turbo days of the 1980s, of on board. And it was like a film camera in a practice session on board on the roll hoop of the car on the old layout, and I suggest anybody to find that footage and have a look at it in the pouring rain and to see the driver skill with those cars, because those cars were producing in practice about 800 horsepower, in qualifying about 1500 horsepower back in the day.
Insane when you really think about it. Of course, it's named after Mr. Gilles Villeneuve himself. Somewhat fitting that when the first Canadian Grand Prix was held here back in 1978, Mr. Villeneuve himself did win that race. So many dramatic moments, including the most dramatic of them all, Paul. I think everyone knows the race that we're talking about.
Oh, you mean Jenson Button winning on the last lap after being last place and 6 times through the pit lane? Yes.
And in a race that took, what was it, about 4 and a bit hours to actually
4 and a bit
finished?
hours, yeah. I remember watching David Coulthard and also Martin Brundle talking about the wildlife around here whilst we were waiting for the restart of that race.
Speaking of wildlife, for those who watched the Bathurst 1000 yesterday, not only did you see a slightly oddly colored kangaroo, but there was an animal that wandered out onto track and caused the safety car to be brought out to spice up the race. If it was a NASCAR race, I'm sure fans would have been talking about how that was planned by the NASCAR officials to produce some drama, but that's just the situation in Australia where wildlife just builds character. Qualifying underway. Cars get the track to themselves. 10 minutes is put on the board, but you get 4 flying laps. You do get the chance to do the full out lap, Paul, to build up the temperature and pressure in the tyres. That might be crucial in these 992 Cup cars. Yeah,
absolutely. And yeah, it's all about getting the tyre temperature in this, because it's usually the second lap that we get the faster times with this car. But sometimes, because we've got 4 laps, you'll see them finish 1 flying lap, pull over, get a fresh set of boots on and get straight out there and do another lap. But only 10 minutes, it doesn't leave you a lot of time to be able to do that out lap. You're talking about 1.5 minutes, 1.75 minutes to finish your out lap there. But Alexander Tieber from Germany then, he's heading down the back straight, and will certainly give you a little bit of a ride on board with him once he finishes his warm-up. Look for your braking spot into the final chicane. Here we are then. This is a view that Tieber will have. Important to get the launch out of the corner, use all of the curb and then some. Get over to the left-hand side of the track to give you a nice straight braking zone into turn number 1 here. Down the gears you go. Second gear mid-corner for him. Keep it tight in through this hairpin. Onto the power now. Let the car drift out to the left-hand side. Try and cut off as much of the track as possible. Braking hard. Down the gears again. Third gear. Up over the curbs. That's one of the benefits of this Porsche 992. Being able to use the curbs. The quick left, then right. This sweeping right-hander, it's tricky on cold tyres. Watch out for that on lap number 1. Again, use the curbs to to help you around this section of track. Careful applying the throttle. You can see how much he's having to put opposite lock on with the power of this vehicle. It's always a tricky braking zone into here. There's bumps underneath that bridge. Use the curb and then some. Use all of the curb on the left as well. Go right up to the wall on the outside of that corner. Keep it over to the left-hand side. This is where Robert Kubica had an awful accident back in 2007. Onto the brakes, into the breaker zone for the hairpin. There's an overtaking opportunity there, but it's all about the run out of the hairpin now because you are flat out full throttle. You do not want to lift the foot one iota as you go down the straight here. Get it over to the left-hand side and prepare yourself. Look for your brake marker. Make sure you've got the right brake bias onto the brakes. Clatter over the curbs. Look at how much curb he's taking there. The car doesn't want to cooperate, but it does. Keep it to the middle, maybe over to the right-hand side for the shortest run to the line, and that is a lap around Circuit de Villeneuve.
And what fun it really is. It's a technical one, that's for sure. Really challenges the drivers. Thibaut's provisionally second. His Germany teammate Maximilian Benecke has put the benchmark down. The only car into the 1 minute 35, so 1:35.904. Germany 1 and 2. Spain do have 3 cars in the top 10. As I say that though, Pete Berryman puts it up into 3rd position. Interesting to note. We kind of thought that maybe Japan would be a dark horse, but they're struggling in the early stages of qualifying. Where there was Phil Denez, he's the one USA car that we kind of expect to take the fight in this first race. Not put a time in just yet.
Yeah, it's a tricky track to get right, and you almost want to get a banker lap in really around here, just to at least get yourself a certain lap in, and then really push on that second run through to really get it on the ragged edge. You can see the USA car there, not quite going up to the wall, but you play with the walls, and one little touch, you invalidate your lap, and that's the end of that qualifying run for you. But you can see that hairpin, that famous hairpin there, Phil Denez, what can he do? It's not got a lap time in yet as Phil, so he'll be hoping that this one counts, because we're almost halfway through qualifying.
Has he already done a lap? Yes, he has, and either an off-track, maybe a wall graze, means that his first lap was invalidated. Charlie Summers jumps up to 10th as through the final chicane. Here comes the BS competition driver. What's the time going to be? 1:35.9, the benchmark to beat. Fenellosa second, Violate's gone up to 3rd, Denez is up to 4th. So the times are coming in. Sotomuto has jumped up to 6th as well. Lots of cars in pit lane. Now, I'm not sure if that's getting some fresh tires for one final banker lap, but if Paul, you are right, they're not going to have that opportunity, because if you've done 2 laps, I don't think you get 2 more.
Well, no, but you get 1 flying lap, because there are 4 laps in qualifying here that can count. So they would burn up one of their qualifying laps with a warm-up lap if they do that pit run. So that's what they're doing. So you take the fresh tyres, and because there's no point carrying on for lap 3 and lap 4, because the tyres will have overheated by then in terms of giving up their absolute top grip. So it's all about just getting a fresh set of tyres on and hoping that you can just pull something out the bag on that final lap.
The top 4 cars, in fact top 5 cars, separated by 1/10 of a second. This is going to be fascinating. Remember, no points paid out in qualifying. It all comes down to the race, making sure you survive a 20-minute sprint here on the streets on the circuit. Gilles Villeneuve on board with one of the nicest men in all of sim racing, Jamie Fluke, with the wall of track maps behind him. I'm sure he's got the circuit Gilles Villeneuve somewhere behind him into the final chicane, stealing himself. No time laid down by the Northern Irishman just yet. That looks quite tentative, Paul, so clearly building up for the next one.
Yeah, he's setting himself up for a lap there, and he's now going on his hot lap. But yeah, Jamie, that is a big surprise that he's not got a lap time in yet, and he has been doing a lot of practice in this car, he said yesterday. So obviously just not feeling comfortable at the moment. And I have found the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, by the way, and it's right by his nose.
Yes, no, you can see, it's about half of it that you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's flipped the other way around. In terms of the UK, by the way, James Pinsker has also not set a lap time. Patrick Holtzman for Germany hasn't set a lap time, and crucially for Germany, Christopher Dambeats is the last car to have set a lap time, 22nd, not a lap time representative of his pace, but if he doesn't put in a better one, that Benq lap is going to be where he qualifies. Denis Grabowski for Russia, also no lap time from him. Valentin Mandanuk, the Frenchman, no lap time for him. Jose Soria, no lap time for him. Not much time as we wind down into the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this qualifying session.
And he's not happy as Fluke. He's backed out of that, I think. Yeah, he's backed out of it. Wow, Jamie Fluke not happy at all. Now he does have one more lap to go, so he can have another attempt. So maybe he abandoned his first attempt, went for the tyres, and that was his first flying lap, so to speak, and then the next attempt will be his quick lap, but he's putting a lot of pressure on himself as the Northern Irishman.
Denis Grabowski up to 15th with his lap time, just in front of his countryman, Kirill Kolobusov. Here is one of the Germany cars. Patrick Holtzman does put himself up into 6th spot, so that's crucial. This is the 111 working itself. That's Maximilian Benq, who I think is actually on what would be his final of his allotted qualifying laps. Now the question is, does he improve? Mr. iRacing to the line. You can see that shortest run possible. He does improve. It's a 35.854. About 1/10 quicker than Carlos Fenelosa. There is Jamie Fluke. The pressure is on, but pressure builds diamonds. Surely Jamie Fluke has been building up to this.
Well, he's got to pull it out the bag here. This has got to count for him. One little mistake, one little wheel on the grass, one little rub of the wall, and that'll be his lap invalidated. You look at the amount of curb that they use here. Absolutely incredible.
Oh, Paul, you know why Jamie Fluke was so irritated? He invalidated his previous lap time.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why, like I say, this is his final opportunity. And he's got to push. And he is pushing.
Christopher Dambeats is up to 9th, so all of the 4 Germany cars currently in the top 9 after at one point looking like they would miss out on these final 4 races. James Pinsker has got up into 21st. Currently it's Johan Harth that is 27th and last with the lap times. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. As soon as the clock expires, qualifying is done. Jamie Fluke to the line. What's the time going to be for the final UK driver? The pressure is on. Fluke up to 6th. Oh, that was a great lap with that pressure. Valentin Mandanuk also jumped up to 11th in the closing stages. Well, we are set for the first of 4 final races. It's a 20-minute sprint here in the circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Let's take a look at the starting grid. At 135.854, the benchmark from Maximilian Benq, the highest iRating driver on the iRacing service. He'll be alongside Carlos Fenelosa with Quintin Violate and Phil Denez 3rd and 4th. Alexander Thieber makes it 2 Germany cars in the top 5, while pressure to the line, but Jamie Fluke got a top 6 starting position right at the death. Patrick Holtzman will be alongside Sota Muto. Another great qualifying for Sota Muto with Peter Berryman and Christopher Dambeats on the edge of the top 10. Valentin Mandanuk and Maxime Briant, the 2 French natives, alongside one another on row 6. While to Spain, row 7, Victor Preto and Pedro Sanchez Albert 13th and 14th. Alexei Neslov will be alongside the young Elvis Rankin with Charlie Summers and Denis Grabowski just behind them. On the edge of the top 20, it's Kirill Kolobusov and James Pinsker. Dmitry Kovanov starts behind his fellow Russian counterpart with Ross Banfield on the outside of row 11, Hayata Asaga, and Jose Soria 23rd and 24th. Dallas Pataska and Shunsuke Kuno 25th and 26th, while the final row, the 14th row of the grid, has Masafumi Aburame and the 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion Johan Harth, who did not put in the lap time that one would expect him to do. So expect for Harth to be charging up through the field. Hopefully, he doesn't get mixed up in what is sure to be some chaos here on lap number 1 here, Paul. It's a tight circuit.
It is a tight circuit. You've got cold tyres and cold brakes, standing start. It is definitely going to be... well, it's going to be get the popcorn out, everybody, because this is going to be an exciting start to this one. Porsches around here are always brilliant.
And it's this new 911 992 Cup car, which is very much a GT3 light. It's going to be one where in the World Championship, drivers are able to throw the car around a little bit more aggressively than they were able to do here in 2021, but we are ready to go for the first of our final races. As Jose Soria has missed the grid, so is Ross Banfield. The lights illuminate, the engines rev, and we are racing at the circuit. Gilles Villeneuve, great start from Jamie Fluke. Phil Denez goes nowhere as they come down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start from Germany. All of their cars working themselves up in towards the top 5, safely through turn 1. Now do they survive the second chicane? Almost 4 abreast coming through the center, number 2.
This is the tense part of this track. But, well, through they go. A little bit of contact between two of the France cars, and they're avoiding action over the grass. So did one of the Spain cars. Will they all make it through? That right-hander there is always a bit of a bottleneck on lap number 1. But so far, so good it appears to be as we're going through the rest of this opening lap.
Oh, one of the Russia cars goes around just as you put the commentator's curse down. I think Johan Hart has been charging. He's already up in towards the top 20 as they work themselves down the second set of chicanes. That's turns 8 and 9. You can rub yourself up to the wall and into the hairpin. Turn 10, crucial braking zone. If you get it wrong, you lose all the momentum down the long back straightaway in towards the final chicane. That's a send from one of the Spanish cars. Don't know how he got it stopped in time to the inside of one of the Russian machines as they work themselves down the back straight. That was Pedro Sanchez Albert. That was bold. Just about got slowed down in time.
I did say yesterday, didn't I, that, you know, if you're a demon on the brakes, if you're the last of the late breakers in this car, and you can do it without locking up the tyres, then you are on for a good day at the office. And you could see how he was just trying to set up that car on the exit of the chicane, but Nesov doing a sterling job of holding on to that place. Meanwhile, up at the front, Violate is having to hold on in front of Jamie Fluke.
And oh, that's Russia versus Spain. Pedro Sanchez Albert loses out there, bundled off into the grass. He'll drop down to the edge of the top 20. Believe that was Alexei Nesov that he was battling with, either him or Denis Grabowski, the Russian counterpart.
Nesov, yeah.
So, and remember here, Paul, unlike what we saw in the semifinals, unlike what we saw in the group stages, now it's about fighting everyone out on track. Yes, you build the points for your team, but you're all mixed up together. If you don't get the points here, you put yourself on the back foot heading into the next couple of races.
Exactly that. You want to have this good opening race now. Get yourself a good allotment of points to really set yourself on a good footing and push forward for the rest of the competition. You don't want that desperation after just the first race, but we've got plenty of time in this race. You know, it's a 20-minute race. It's not exactly an endurance race, that's for sure, but it's not a mad dash like some of the 10-minute races that we've had.
Charlie Summers trying to go around the outside of Alexei Nesov. Excuse me, that's Denis Grabowski. Kirill Kolobusov, the other Russian driver, just behind him, as side by side down the back straightaway they work. Surely the inside line will pay dividends for the Russian driver on the inside, but Charlie Summers does have the draft, actually, of Alexei Nesov just in front of him, and he'll be bold to go the long way around. Grabowski has to concede! Oh, but they make contact, and it's Charlie Summers around, not going the way the UK would have wanted, Paul, because James Pinsker has already towed himself back to pit lane. Yeah,
that was almost predictable, was that really? You were never going to, and that's a slowdown penalty for Maxime Briant as well. Took a cut across the chicane, and this is it. You know, that is something that is automatically applied by the iRacing service. If you cut the corner, you've got to slow down and give that time back. But yeah, Summers going around the outside there was always going to be ambitious.
That was about 4 places lost for Maxime Briant. It's so easy to do, take a little bit too much curb on either side of the final chicane, and well, the iRacing automated stewards are ready to hand down a penalty. Sotomuto coming under fire from Phil Denez as we look at the live point situation, and would you believe it, Paul, after the drama having to come through the last chance race, at one point looking like they'd miss out on the finals, defending champions Germany well and truly in control.
Yeah, all 4 of their drivers in the top 10. That's a nice move. Space given by the Russian driver as well. So you see that's, you know, not squeezing, but he's now put himself under pressure with the 2 Spanish drivers behind. It's which side do you defend?
So that will be Victor Preto, the first trying to attack on Kirill Kolobusov. Pedro Sanchez-Albert also mixed up in there. Oh, well, Victor Prieto was able to take the wider line, get the power down, but got a little bit squirrely on the curve that is on the inside, coming down onto the main part of this back straightaway. I think he'll lose just a little bit of the momentum. Looks like Johan Hart down the inside of Denis Grabowski, not fought there. They'll be side by side, Spain versus Russia. Russia holds on, but does that compromise him down onto the pit straight?
It should do. He had to take a tighter line through the chicane. But the thing is, if that Spanish car was too close to the back of him, it would check him up as well. So Victor Prieto looks to go around the outside into turn 1 to give him the inside for turn 2. There is a gap there, but Russia getting on the power early and able to stay ahead, but Kolobuksov doing a fantastic job of defensive driving.
Vialate's just punched in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.593. Benq half a second slower than him the last time around, so gives you the indication of just how powerful the drafts can be here. Phil Denez, by the way, from that great qualifying spot, that awful start that he got, has dropped him down 5 positions into 9th spot. Victor Prieto, though, harassing the rear end of Kirill Kolobusov down in towards turn 8. Kolobusov goes defensive, and once more that will compromise him. Can Victor Prieto go around the outside?
Oh, he's going to go for it this time, but this is going to give him the outside for the hairpin. It's the long way around, but he can set him up. But the problem is now they've got France joining in the battle as well, and that's Mandanat getting involved there, and Pedro Albert is saying, you know what? You've had a few tries now, let me have a go.
Jamie Fluke battling with Quintin Vialate, and he gets pinned to the outside of the track, gets turned around as well. And for the UK, that's going to go from bad to worse from them. Fluke is now going to drop outside of the top 10. Looks like... I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened there.
Well, it's a similar thing to what happened to Charlie Summers, don't forget. Charlie Summers tried the outside line into the chicane, and just the smallest of contact, and before you know it, you're facing the wrong way. As look at that, you've got Mandanat going to the inside and forcing his way through.
Good move, clean move from Valentin Mandanat. I wonder if race control is going to have a look at what happened between Quintin Vialate and Jamie Fluke. So now Germany have all 4 of their cars in the top 10, 3 of them sitting in the top 5. Looking very, very good for Team Germany right now, but there's still a long way to go. Here's the aerial look at what happened down into that final chicane between Jamie Fluke and Quintin Vialate. Kind of looks as though Jamie Fluke was a bit hot into the corner as well.
Possibly so. But yeah, we carry on, and finally, Albert has made his way past, so Kolobuksov couldn't hold on, and Mandanat has got to slow down from cutting the course, and that means that he's dropping back. So now it is old Victor Prieto, trying to work his way past.
Well, still gives, I think, potentially that chance for the fight back to happen. But oh, what fun we're having right now. The top 3 separated by just under 2 seconds, and they've got about a 1.2 second buffer to Alexander Thieber, who's being chased down by his Red Line and Germany teammate Patrick Holtzman. Looks like Maxime Brient and Denis Grabowski coming very close to one another, coming in through the final corner. Brient's the one that's going to lose out there. He tried the move and then lost out. I think just getting a bit too high onto the curbs and losing a bit of that lateral control of his car. So the view out front, though, it's a bit of a train forming behind 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place as they run. Benq stretching his legs. He's 1.5 seconds clear.
Stewards have ruled, by the way, no further action for the incident with Jamie Fluke. So they felt that it was just a racing incident, and so therefore we carry on as we are. But yeah, this is tremendous from Germany, and well, we say that they were the favourites, and then they had to go through the last chance for this opportunity, and even had to wait for a steward's review. But they are taking the opportunity, aren't they? They really are jumping at this chance and are trying to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, you can't you can't let what happens in previous races affect you mentally. And yes, maybe sim racing isn't as physically demanding as, you know, full metal action. But I think in some ways, Paul, not just for the driving where you have less sensors, so you need to be mentally a little bit sharper. I think there generally is a little bit more mental focus that has to come, given the level of competition that we have here in sim racing, given the fact that things are pretty equal between cars, given the fact that you have almost unlimited practice. There's so much more that has to go on as the Russian car almost gets pinned around there by the Spanish car.
Well, it was Kolobuksov who actually made it past into the hairpin, and that allowed, then you just see that trying to make the move then from Albert, and getting a little bit too close for comfort was that. There's the updated point standings, and you look at it, Germany 147 points, France, just updated to 90, and around goes Kolobuksov.
Pedro Sanchez Albert just a little bit aggressive on the curves. Valentin Mandinok takes the opportunity to scramble past Victor Preto. There's also the fact that for Kirill Kolobusov, that incident is compounded by the fact that Alexei Nesov actually has come down onto pit lane. So those points that we showed you a moment ago will have swung dramatically to disadvantage the Russian team. Here's a look at the replay. You can see the 412 of Albert just aggressively to the inside, and nothing Kolobusov could do there.
That's a bit ambitious, is that? And it was ambitious, but not going to work, that's for sure. And I'm sure that the Russian driver will not feel very happy about that. Now look at this train of cars here. This is absolutely tremendous. That is Fenalosa in second place, 2.4 seconds behind Beneka right now. Max has just blown the rest of the field out the water.
We call him Mr. iRacing for a reason. It'll be interesting to see if, with a lot of the Coanda drivers stepping away from the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, if this will finally be the year that Beneka can break through and take a world championship to his name, as that's the 313 of which French car is that? Valentin Mandinok getting past Pedro Sanchez Albert. Looks like Johan Hart is having a fight with Elvis Rankin, to the Apex Racing teammates, who usually are working together, now having to fight against one another. One of the funnest things about this competition, Paul, is the fact that drivers that you're usually working together with on a day-to-day basis are now you're now in effect your enemies.
Pedro Albert, by the way, has got a 3-second post-race penalty for that contact with the Kolobuksov, so that penalty forthcoming from the stewards. But yeah, fighting against your teammates, you don't often do it, but you really enjoy it when you do, because they always say that the person you need to beat is your teammate. Well, this is a different way of doing it, but it certainly is a fun way of doing it.
No, that's for sure, and I think for the Apex Racing team in particular, Peter Berryman deep under the brakes, guts Patrick Holtzman, but now might actually compromise himself. Sotomuto looks to the inside of him, but Berryman did get the power down. You're talking about late on the brakes and being bold. That was another level of bold.
Yeah, it certainly. Well, look at everybody trying to break the slipstream, moving over to the far right-hand side of the track, and here goes Violette then, trying to move past, not forthcoming. And Fenalosa, well, he was an unlucky driver in last year's Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. He knows how to drive this car, and he is quite aggressive. But Violette to the outside. He's got the other side there. He needs to be left room. He forces his way past, and Violette, he earned that corner.
All is fair in love and war, and I think that was a pretty clean move. I think Patrick Holtzman now loses out to Sotomuto. What's happened to Patrick Holtzman, who's also been passed by Peter Berryman? Sotomuto, by the way, you and I, Paul, we know just how quick he is. But for people new to iRacing, I think this tournament is a showcase of his abilities, as now he has to defend from Patrick Holtzman.
Yeah, this is quite the thing, and look at this now, Phil Denez getting involved in this one as well. So Holtzman, it's not going well for him this lap. Denez to the inside. It's going to be tricky on the brakes, and he does make that move, but I think Holtzman was thinking the long game there. Yeah, he must have... He must have got one. I
mean, Denez. Did Denez have a slowdown?
No.
Somehow he got away with that because he'd launched himself over the inside curve. Holtzman got passed around the outside by Peter Berryman at turn one. I think that just cascaded because he got pushed off the line. Let Sotomuto take advantage, let Phil Denez take advantage. Still, though, for Germany, all 4 of their cars in the top 9. So Might not be as big as a lead as it was a couple of minutes ago, but still looking pretty comfortable. Violate, though, under fire from Thibaut, who now wants to steal second place away from the young Frenchman as they come down through the final chicane. There's the point situation. 44 points in front is Germany ahead of France. UK and Spain separated by 2 points. So to Muto. Oh, slowdown penalty.
Oh, it's brutal as well through that chicane, and when you're involved in a pack like that and you just jump out the way, if you're one of the other cars and you see a car just suddenly move offline like that, and you're thinking, rubbing your hands going, yep, thank you very much, that's a freebie.
Freebies are fun. Freebies are fun as the two Spanish cars, I think, swap around there. This is all behind Valentin Mandinac. Just behind them, Dmitry Kovanov, I think, has gone and passed Dallas Pataska. That's Russia versus USA. This is the battle for 15th, on back as they work themselves down through the second chicane. Remember, Pedro Sanchez Albert does have a time penalty to be served. That will drop him behind Victor Prieto. So why not let Victor get on through and let him try and make the pass happen?
I mean, the thing is, normally you would say yes, but it's not going to change the position for Spain if you do swap the positions right now. You might as well just keep it as it is. Oh, Dallas Pataska, he's got damage to the front of his car. He's crawling around to a degree as well, so he's not having fun out there. But you don't necessarily want to switch the positions in if you're in a tight battle like that. And speaking of tight battles, here's what happened down at the chicane. Oh, it was the tiniest of contact. Dallas turns around.
Assisted.
Yeah, assisted to it, yeah.
That was Dmitry Kovanov, I believe. These cars, they're just so easy. Even though they are a lot easier to go faster than the previous generation Cup car, still very easy to loop it around. As there is Pedro Sanchez Albert getting past Valentin Mandinac. Might open the door for Victor Prieto, who's got the run out of the final chicane. Draft being fed from Albert to Prieto in towards turn one. Long way around, bumping doors on the entry. Victor Prieto's going to go deep, has to back out of that one. Whoa, it's getting physical up and down through the field.
Now, if you're Pedro Albert, do you help your teammate out, try and back up Mandinac into Prieto, or do you possibly look at just try to run away to minimise the effect of your 3-second penalty that you've got? There's another penalty, by the way, for the 4-3-4 Kovanov with the contact with Dallas Pataska, so that's a penalty, 3 seconds.
So there you go. I think, unless Pedro, there's only 2 and a bit minutes left. I don't think he can pull far enough in front that he would be able to hold on to the position as Peter Berryman down the inside of the other Spanish driver who's fighting up in the top 5. That's Carlos Fenelosa, who should hold on, at least for now. It is getting close, but going back to the point, I think if you're Albert, you have to make sure that Victor Prieto gets past Valentin Mandinac with your penalty, as here comes Berryman, long way around. Fenelosa's going to have none of it. Door to door on the entry, Berryman almost into the grass, gives the opportunity for Phil Dinez to do the up and under. Dinez back into the top 5.
And that goes to show how you don't always want to be on the back bumper of the car in front when you go into a tight chicane like that. If you give them a little bit of a room, make them if you compromise their line, you can get the run out the corner and get past them that way. And Phil Dinez, ever the opportunist, went, thank you very much, I'll take that place now.
And there's the points as it runs. Still Germany and France lead the way. Gap has slightly opened up between the UK and Spain. USA in 5th, Japan and Russia currently 6th and 7th. Violate still holding on from Thebe in 2nd and 3rd positions. It will be white flag next time around. So one more lap when Benq crosses the start-finish line. Benq, we haven't seen him all race. He's 5 and a bit seconds clear of the entire field.
Yeah, there's a reason why we're not showing him. He's just rather boringly out there at the front, let's be honest there. It's rather dull to watch just a leader. It'd be like early 1990s Formula 1 if that was the case with the coverage. But here you're getting to see all the action. And oh, look at that, a little bit wide, a little bit deep from Dinez, but he can get the run out of the corner. Also a warning coming for the 4-1-1, which is Carlos Fenelosa for that squeeze on Pete Berryman.
Oh, and for second, it was close for a sec, but Quintin Violate has managed to back Alexander Thieber out of that move. No moves forthcoming on the penultimate trip through the final chicane. Look at them launch themselves over the curb and flirting with disaster into the World of Champions. Just about holding on here. This is the 412 further down the field. So Pedro Sanchez-Albert coming under fire from Valentin Mandenak, who has nothing he can do there. Might open the door. This is what we saw last time with Phil Dinez, but Victor Prado just a little bit too far behind. Here comes Mandenak, though, across the start-finish line.
Oh, this is tremendous stuff. Side by side into one. If you can hold that outside line, you can actually carry a bit more speed around the outside line.
Oh.
Bump his way through. Oh, that surely will be a hand back the position there for that one, because front to rear contact like that is usually a penalty from Stewart, and straight away back through. Well, Albert didn't wait for the call, and here goes Brito. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, Pedro Sanchez-Albert says, we don't need the stewards. I'll take that position back from you. Prado has the inside coming into the third chicane on the track. Parks it on the apex. Mandenak is going to get pushed wide, trying to get the up and under. Well, it took a bit longer than expected, but Spain does manage to get both cars past Valentin Mandenak.
And look at this man, up at the front then, Mr. 11KI rating, Maximilian Benq, just out there on his own for a nice Sunday afternoon drive, and well, he'll be absolutely loving this.
11K Benq just doesn't have the same ring, and while he's by himself into the chicane for the final time, there's drama behind. Dinez side by side with Fenalosa, long way around, and once more the car on the outside has to compromise. Benq wins the first race of the finals in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO.
Oh.
Dinez is going to drop all the way down the order. It's a photo finish further up through the field as well. Berryman, I think, might just have been pipped by Dambeats. No, Dambeats just behind.
Yeah, just behind. Crucially for Dinez, though, dropping all the way down to 10th place. Jamie Fluke, after his excursion, moving back up to 9th place by the end.
What a race we had, up and down through the field. Some close fighting, some incidents, yes, but just getting started. The first race of 4 in the finals of this 2021 Cup of Nations is now officially in the books, but Race Control will have a couple of penalties to adjust in these unofficial post-race results. Maximilian Benq wins by almost 4.5 seconds from Quintin Villalatte. Alexander Thieber makes the 2 Germany cars in the top 3, with Carlos Fenalosa holding on to 4th. Peter Berryman, newly minted iRacing world champion in the Dallara IR01, completes the top 5. Christopher Dambeats and Patrick Holtzman, 4 Germany cars in the top 7. About 30 minutes ago, they were thinking they may not be even in this finals in the 2021 Cup of Nations. Sonomuto in 8th, Jamie Fluke recovers up to 9th, while Phil Dinez, that late last lap slowdown penalty does drop him down into 10th spot. Johan Harth will be then in 11th with his Apex Racing teammate in 12th, Elvis Rankin. Another Apex Racing car, Maxime Brient in 13th with Dennis Grabowski 14th. Pedro Sanchez-Albert will have a 3-second time penalty that will drop him behind Valentin Mandenak, but Victor Prado will inherit 15th from him. Hayata Asaga will be 18th for Japan, while Charlie Summers, the Burst Esports driver, down in 19th. Dmitry Kovanov, another driver that will have a 3-second time penalty, will drop behind, at the very least, Shunsuke Kuno in 21st for Japan. All down in 22nd, it's Dallas Pataska, Kirill Kolobusov, Masafumi Aburame, Ross Banfield, the final car on the lead lap. Alexei Nesov had damage that forced him to come into pit road after contact on lap number 2. James Pinsker and Jose Soria both not making it to the end of this race. Another penalty has come down in the closing stages of that race, Paul, and it was for Carlos Fenalosa. Not exactly sure what incident that was for. I would have to assume potentially what we saw there into the chicane for the final time.
Well, I'm looking at my timing screen right now, and that would put him into 10th place with that penalty, with that decision. So Phil Dinez gets off with it a little bit and gets at least 1 place back out of all of that after his slowdown penalty. But I mean, you have to say, Max Benq at the front just drove away from the field and says, "Thank you. You all fight. I'm going now." Germany, so strong, so strong in that first race, and like I said, that gives them a good foundation for the rest of these races.
And again, John, about 30-40 minutes ago, they were thinking that maybe they'd not be even able to fight in these finals. To put forward a performance like that, It just speaks to the quality of their lineup, the mental strength that they've got, but also puts them into a really strong position with 3 races left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. The German juggernaut begins, and what a time to really come into form. You know, right when it's beginning. This is the first time a race, the points in a race have actually counted towards the final result, and there Germany with 4 cars qualifying inside the top 12. Dan Beach really impressed me because he was the furthest down of the 4 German cars, and he just slowly kept his nose clean and built his way up through the field, eventually finishing 6th. So his job was just to take nice and easy, make sure he picked up the points, and you know, to be the 4th quickest German car, still finishing in 6th, obviously ahead of Holtzmann. They are going to be so tough to beat.
And we'll get you the points out of race 1 as soon as we can. Race control obviously has to just make sure all their eggs are in the basket and make sure that the time penalties have been applied appropriately for the 3 or 4 penalties that were indeed handed down. John, talk to us about that race. You caught a couple of moves that we didn't see on the broadcast itself. Great racing, and really, not just now gets me excited for the rest of the Cup of Nations, but really gets me excited for the 2022 World Championship as well. This car really does put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, obviously we had a bit of a messy race previously in the rallycross, so it was great to see the drivers having some really good, clean, hard racing in the Porsches today. And as you say, similar to Monza yesterday, these cars clearly provide exciting action. Drivers can run really close to each other without making too much contact. Obviously, with all of the weight at the rear, they're quite easy to spin, but generally speaking, it was absolutely fantastic. Some really impressive performances that caught my eye. I thought Peter Berryman did a great job. Such a shame that Jamie Fluke had his off, because UK were actually looking quite strong. They were there or thereabouts in the mix, looking to pick up 2nd place and just stay in touch with Germany, but the Fluke incident has kind of put them on the back foot, and Berryman did an amazing job to try and haul himself up to the front. Obviously, he had a little bit of a hold up in the final chicane there as well, which cost him. Similar to the Americans, of course, Phil Denez really flying the flag for those guys, but just got caught out right at the end, and it's kind of put USA out of touch with the rest of the field. I felt like Japan and Russia were struggling a little bit in that race, and that's kind of dropped them off the back of the fight. Meanwhile, Spain keeping themselves in somewhat. You know, the two working together was absolutely brilliant. The two of them fighting for 15th and 16th, trying to put the French car aside, did a great job. Very similar actually to what happened at Road America with Spain, where they had one driver right in the top 5 and the other 2 just trying to maintain the position in the midfield. So Spain are looking okay. Obviously that penalty kind of pushes them back, but generally speaking, France are probably now the only team that are really feeling like they're still in touch with Germany, because the gaps are going to be pretty big.
Yeah, provisionally it's about 54 points, the gap between the two of them. Maximum points you can get from 3 of the finals races, 172 points. The maximum you can get in the rallycross race is 120. That, again, will only have 2 drivers in that rallycross race. Race 2, though, is going to be the NASCAR Cup car, the Ford Fusion at Homestead, Miami. Here are the points as they run. 54 points, the gap between Germany and France. Another 19 back to the UK. Japan finds themselves about another 19 points back. 1 separates Japan and the USA. Spain, as a result of the penalties and a couple of the cars down the order as well, have 4 points back from Japan. Russia off the back of everyone here, Paul. But crucially, for Germany, what a result. And really, they've taken 1 step forward, the rest of the cars 1 step back. It's now just France that I think if they have a good race too, maybe the rallycross race is where we'll see Johan Hart really bring the French lineup back into the mix in terms of really being close. As things stand, it doesn't look as though we're in for as close of a finish as we were last year in 2020.
Yeah, but don't forget, last year in 2020, Jamie Fluke for the UK did a sterling job in the NASCAR event and ended up winning that race. So, you know, the UK can come through in this second race, and it can all flip around. I mean, we saw some of the big incidents that happened in the Indy Pro 2000 yesterday at Indianapolis. So, you know, anything can happen in an oval race, and it usually does. And really, there, that was an opening race. It got yourself your footing. You know what you need to do for the rest of the races. For teams like Russia and Japan, they need to really have a strong second race here. They need to put themselves back into this battle. France will want a good race to close up that gap to Germany. The UK, they're a little bit on the back foot after what happened in that first race there as well. So there's a number of teams there will want to get up together as a group towards the front, but Germany, they just want a nice quiet time, keep both points coming in.
We're only looking at maybe 45, 50 minutes of actual racing left to go, so it's really not much time to make sure that you can put yourself in the right positions, and it's about making sure all 4 of your drivers know what the task on hand is. Now Homestead. John, let's talk a little bit about that while we get ready to go racing at what used to be the traditional NASCAR finale. Now it's not really anymore. It's a bit of a shame if you ask me, because it's a really fascinating track. And one where multiple lines are on option. It's not flat out like you had said a couple of minutes ago as well. What are we in for here? Remember, the grid is going to be set by the results out of Final 1, staggered by country. So 1 through 10, it'll be ordered in country, and then they'll repeat that order throughout the rest of the drivers as well. It means that no one country is up at the front like we saw out of qualifying in that first race of the finals.
Yeah, absolutely, and this one is about tactical nous and experience. So whichever these groups of drivers have more oval racing experience, this will probably show in the race. But it's not quite as straightforward as Indianapolis was yesterday, where that was fully tactical. This time, you really do need to focus on your driving as well, because there are multiple lines. You have to just get your braking point spot on. You know exactly when to put the power down. Try and keep your tires in check. There's a lot of thinking to be done here, but it's not just about that. And I think Germany, they've had the dream start to this final. It could not have gone better for them. If it was maybe Italy that got through instead of Germany, we might have been seeing a 3 or 4 horse race for the win right now. But now you have to say it's probably Germany's to lose, although there is still a long way to go. So if those guys go into this race with the right attitude, they really just want to be finishing. They want to be keeping their nose clean, getting a good result, but it doesn't need to be right at the top, because they have that buffer now. They can afford to basically match the rivals around them, and they'll still be in a good position. But I think the Americans will be in with a good shout here, because they're more likely to have more oval racing experience, especially here at Miami.
How much fun would it be if we threw a curveball and sent them out on the Roval configuration at Homestead, Miami? We're going to step away for a couple of minutes' time. We'll be back with race 2 in the finals here for the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations. We're going NASCAR racing at Homestead, Miami.
Come on.
One race down, 3 to go in the finals of the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. After potential drama for Team Germany in the last chance race, they did indeed make it through to the finals, and our defending champions have taken a commanding lead heading out of the circuit Gilles Villeneuve, but we stay in North America heading to the Sunshine State for a 10-minute showdown here at the Homestead Miami Speedway in the NASCAR Ford Fusion stock car. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted you're joining us here on TraxionGG, VCO Esports, iRacing social media, and live on RaceBot TV, where I'm joined by the man in the hat, Paul Smith, and expert pundit John Monroe. And John, Homestead Miami, what a fun place it is to go racing. And we were just talking about this. Fortunately, there are no cautions today, but that's maybe not so fortunate if you get mixed up in some issues right off the start here.
No, exactly. You're going to have to try and keep your nose clean, but it's way easier said than done. Of course, if you're in the middle of this field, which most of the drivers are going to be, there's not that many at the top and at the back, so you're going to be stuck in the mire, and it's going to be so tricky to be careful. You know, do you try and push forward and get ahead of the chaos before it happens, or do you try and just back off and avoid the chaos if it does happen? It's really tricky, and if you've got cars right in front of you, right behind you, you're being bumped along in the straights, it's going to be tricky. I can see the low line being very popular, but we're going to see some drivers taking some risks going up high. Some of the drivers, of course, inexperienced on ovals as well relative to others, so yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how this one plays out, and it's going to be really difficult to call.
And here's a reminder of our format. Yesterday was the group stages and the playoffs. We whittled down 16 nations to just 10. We went head-to-head in 5 matchups in the semifinals. That was a 15-minute sprint in Road America in the Williams FW31 car, leading up to the last chance qualifiers, where 5 nations got one final chance for 2 of them to advance to the final. Then we reset the points. 4 races across multiple disciplines here on the iRacing service, where the best nation will be crowned champion, and they'll take home $10,000 of a $25,000 prize pool. And now, with this format being explained, let's talk about the points here, Paul, because Germany, they are in control, but France is looking strong. If UK had a bit more luck, they'd be right up there in the mix as well. Sotomuto for Japan was looking extremely strong until he got a slowdown penalty that put him a little bit back in that first pack in the race. So many strong teams here today.
I mean, of course there's so many strong teams here today because they made it through to the finals day. It's pretty self-explanatory, but no, I know what you mean there. Just the level of competition between these teams and these nations is just absolutely tremendous. And you know, Germany, France, yeah, they're up there at the top, but now things get a bit spicy because we've got that mixed up grid for the rest of these races. It means that we aren't going to have things going exactly the way that Germany will want things to go their way either, so anything can happen now.
And this is very much not the discipline that we usually see Germany compete. Yes, Team Redline, we've seen a number of their drivers racing in some stock car racing, specifically open wheel oval racing. I've seen both Gianni Vecchio and Max Verstappen joining one another to do some Indy fixed competition, but this is very different, very, very different. Maybe USA will have a bit of strength. We saw UK being pretty strong here last year in the finals. It was, I believe, Jamie Fluke that took the victory, the checkered flag, in this very race last time around, but things will be mixed up. Who knows who will be on top here. We're racing under the night lights as well, John, which adds a little bit of an extra dynamic. The track itself will be a little bit cooler, might even open the door for even more lines to be run here. We'll see if we end up 3 wide more than once here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've raced in the dark myself as well, and it is terrifying. It's so difficult to actually see, and it totally affects things. But in this kind of race, around an oval that's well lit, it really doesn't make that much of a difference for the drivers, more the spectacle itself. The thing it does change, of course, as you mentioned, is the track. The conditions of the circuit, the grip level will be different. That might, you know, if drivers have been practicing, I do wonder if they've done some running at night to try and work out the differences. This is where experience is going to be key. You know, as we keep saying, you know, the Germans, it's damage limitation for them right now. Their strongest races are most likely to be the first and the final race of these 4 that make up the final of the VCO Cup of Nations. So for Germany, this race, of course, and the next one, it's going to be all about just picking up the points, keeping their nose clean, and having a lead going into the finale.
I'm trying to just confirm that there's no cautions, because otherwise it's going to be a very different sort of a race than the one that we're expecting. But I think you're right. Germany very much now have banked the points in race 1. Now they're looking to maintain the momentum, make sure they're still in a strong position heading into the final. The LMP2 race at Sebring, respecting the bumps, going to be very, very interesting. No cautions confirmed. Race 4 is a road race, race 2 is an oval race, race 3 is a rallycross race. There's no dirt oval, but that I think probably is for the best, because otherwise we'd be seeing a lot more flips than we necessarily want to see, Paul.
Oh no, I would say get them all in sprint cars. Let's see that. Let's get them going on the ovals, there. But no, you know, 10-minute race here. You don't really need to worry about your tyres that much really in that sort of time. So definitely, you know, these drivers will be pushing as hard as they can throughout this 10 minutes. It's all about just getting the positions that you can get in a sprint race like this, and you take whatever opportunities come for you.
And this is the old generation Cup car, the Ford Fusion, so you can talk all you want about the current iteration and even the next gen car that's coming, and maybe taking a little bit of skill out of the equation and putting a little bit more on positioning and being foot to the floor. This is very much going to challenge the drivers, but we are ready for this 10-minute race 2 in the finals of the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. Let's go trackside here in the Sunshine State. We'll take a look at the starting grid and how things are looking to get things underway here under the night lights at Homestead Miami Speedway. And so Patrick Holzmann for Germany will line up on the front row alongside Valentin Mandenok, James Pinsker, and Masafumi Aburame on row number 2. This is reverse, so the drivers who finished worse in race 1 start at the front here, an opportunity for some redemption. Ross Banfield will be alongside Jose Soria. Jose has a lot of open-wheel oval racing experience. What can he do in a stock car with Alexei Nesov and Christopher Danbeats alongside one another? Maxime Briant and Charlie Summons, 9th and 10th positions. Shunsuke Kuno and Dallas Pataska, 11th and 12th on the grid, row number 6. Pataska's got lots of oval racing experience under his belt. While down in 13th position will be Pedro Sanchez Albo alongside Kirill Kolobusov. Alexander Thiebaud will be alongside Johan Hart with Jamie Fluke in 17th. Row number 9, Hayata Asaga will be on his outside. Down in 19th, it's Elvis Rankin. For a moment I got confused because Jamie Fluke and Elvis Rankin teammates for the Apex Racing team, but they'll be starting neck and neck with one another. Victor Preto completes the top 20. Dmitry Kovanov and Maximilian Benecke, 21st and 22nd. Quintin Violate, Peter Berryman, 23rd, 24th. Sonamuto and Phil Denez alongside one another on row 13, while the final row of the grid, Carlos Venalosa, Dennis Grabowski, bringing up the tail of our 28-car field here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Cars lined up on pit road as we get ready for the pace car to lead us around to get underway. Interesting grid here, Paul. I'm not sure exactly how this one's going to swing out. I don't think Patrick Holzmann has probably ever done a race like this before.
I mean, I'm sure he will have had sort of like a bit of fun every now and again, you know, sort of as a team, sort of, you know, mess around sort of session up on hosted sessions. But here in this sort of pressure environment, this is something different. Now, the one that I'm looking out for is Ross Banfield. How he does in this race could be crucial for the United States, and he could have a lot of say in who finishes where up at the front.
And so they start the roll. Once again, we give a shout out to iLiveries for decking out all of the cars for this VCO Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations in their country's colors, flags as well. He's done a great job representing all the different things that we've got. And you're right, Paul. Holtzman has done more oval races than I'd expect. He's done 650 official road races, 159 oval races.
Well, there you go. You see, he's a veteran.
He's even done one dirt oval race before.
Well, there you go. Even more of a veteran then.
It's the wonderful thing about the iRacing service. You can participate in so many disciplines of racing, and even within each of the 4 main disciplines, the licensed disciplines, there are sub-disciplines as well. You've got on the oval side stock cars, open wheel cars, on the rallycross and dirt trucks on the dirt roads, so many different things, but ready to go. 10 minutes on the clock. Get set for absolute chaos. The pace car will pull down onto the safety of pit lane. Already a couple of cars trying to line up the start here. Jose Soria trying to get the run on Masafumi Aburame. Green flag in the air. Patrick Holtzman gets us underway. And already a crash. One of the USA cars gets involved, as does one of the UK cars. I believe that might be Charlie Summers, who's gone around to kick things off.
Yeah, Alexander Tiber as well involved in that one. So absolute nightmare for UK and Germany to have 2 dropped off there. There's a Japan car, I believe, going off, and there's going to be, well, it looks like on my timing screen anyway, a big one, but we'll have to wait and see how things pan out. But certainly there's a big hole just behind the front few.
Top 2 have broken away. Patrick Holtzman, Valentin Mandanuk. I see Beneke has been mixed up in something. Kirill Kolobusov has been mixed up in something. There was a big incident that involved Masafumi Aburame, so it really has gone an aggressive. Alexei Nesov cycles up to third, 2 wide, 2 deep as they come out of the banking on turn number 2 and watch themselves build up the momentum in these Ford Fusions. Wonderful engine noise, I think, from these cars. Really a guttural noise as well. Pinsker blocks off the run from Jose Soria. Ross Banfield down the inside will maintain what is now 4th position out on track.
Yeah, but look at the run off of the high line for Pinsker there. And he's getting a little bit of help. He's got a drafting partner there as well behind, although Soria runs a bit wide up towards the wall, looking to make it 3 wide off of turn 2 here.
There was almost contact between the USA and the UK cars. Pinsker just about able to avoid the 3 wide situation. Beneke has come down onto pit road as well. So for Germany, not going to plan in this race too. And to quote John Munro, damage limitation. That's Hayata Asaga now, who has Carlos Fenellosa just drifting up the track as he builds his own momentum, closing on Peter Berryman in front of him. This is down the field, 15th on back.
Yeah, so just looking at your top 10 then, there's 2 French drivers in there, 2 German drivers in there as well. Spain, well, they've just got the 1 driver in the top 10. The UK just with 2 in the top 10 as well. The USA then, Banfield and Rankin, Elvis Rankin, is on a bit of a charge then, up 10 places so far.
Yep, now in battling with Jamie Fluke up the orders down the field. There's so much going on up and down. Elvis Rankin, Jamie Fluke, Pedro Sanchez Albert, Quintin Violate dueling it out between the 2 of them. This is further up the field. This is James Pinsker, Christopher Dambeats just below him, trying to make sure that Germany doesn't lose too many points, with Johan Harth not far behind. Really fascinating race going on here because, of course, so much more on the driver compared to the modern day NASCAR package, where there's a little bit less power, a little bit more downforce, foot to the floor. That is definitely not the case here.
As they come on down then to turn 3, set yourself up if you want. Look at the different lines. You mentioned it, didn't you, Arjuna? The different lines that you could take around Homestead. Some drivers taking the high line, trying to carry the speed around the corner, whereas some taking that lower curve. Sorry, that was through turns 1 and 2, apologies. But yeah, you see those different lines and how certain drivers prefer different lines through there. With this fixed setup, trying to get the run out the corner, the Banfield not quite able, Pinsker not quite able to get with Ross Banfield.
This is now a couple of the cars down the order. That's a French and Spanish machine as they come in towards turn number 1. One of the USA cars basically ripping up against the wall. When Carl Lawson did that a couple of months ago, that was called a video game move, and that's what we're seeing now. Quintin Violate in 11th sees Pedro Sanchez Albert and Phil Denez behind him. There's a little bit of damage on the front of Jamie Fluke's car as we jump on board with the Northern Irishman. down the low line, painting the white line as in front of him. He's got Elvis Rankin trying to make some moves up and down through the field. This is the one race where it's a complete wild card, even compared to rallycross, because we've got some World Championship drivers in rallycross, Paul. Now that Yaltayan is out of the mix, we got no oval drivers really.
Yeah, but I mean, now normally in this type of event, you'd be saying, oh, the drivers using the low line are maybe using up their tyres a bit more, especially that front right tyre. But right now, the low line seems to be a good one to get, even if you do get the run out of it. But look at that now, Rankin, Pinsker together, working the way through, and Rankin up to 9th, and he's got Jamie Fluke in his sights right now.
Rankin is up 10 positions so far. Not the biggest mover. That goes to Phil Dinez, who's plus 13 from where he qualified. Phil Dinez, by the way, is a road to Indy driver. He's done a decent amount of oval racing even in the real world, but that would have been on some slightly smaller tracks at places where you potentially even are on the brakes at points in time. So here's a look at the standings, closed up very slightly between Germany and France, but the UK and the USA still a bit far behind. The USA is almost a full 100 points back from Germany as it's running right now. Spain, Russia, Japan, no changes in the running order for them. Banfield and Dambeat are battling it out for 5th and 6th positions as we're still watching behind Johan Harth what's happening there.
Well, one of the things that won't be helping Germany is, of course, that Max Benneker is out of this race. He's sat on pit road, so he's not going anywhere further. Look at that dive to the inside then, taking that low line. And the 222, working his way, the 322, should I say, Phil Dinez, working his way through. He's trying to move forward. He's got Pinsker, Berryman behind him. And you look up to the high line of Sanchez as well, and Violate, and Dinez is saying, well, I want to take both positions, thank you.
Slides it down the inside, but of course loses momentum. Almost 3 abreast. No hole for Pedro Sanchez Albert to pop himself into. Good view for both Berryman and Pinsker behind the UK cars in the popcorn seat. Dinez washes up the track, might open the door for Berryman to look to the inside. Dinez loses the momentum. Here comes Berryman to the inside, blocked off by Quintin Violate. That was a little bit aggressive from the Frenchman.
Oh, it was aggressive, that's for sure, but I tell you what, he did a sterling job to get down to the white line then to block him off. Big slide there from Violate, and Dinez almost getting out of control as well.
3 minutes to go. We're probably looking at 6 or 7 laps at the rate we're going right now. Looks like Shunsuke Kuno has had an issue of his own, so it's one of the Japanese drivers that's dropping down the order after Masafumi Aburame is already on pit lane. So is Kirill Kolobusov, Maximilian Beneke. So out of the 28 starters, 25 still out there and circulating as Kuno tries to get it back in gear and back out on track. Dinez ripping the outside line now. Violate, oh, look at the slide from the Frenchman that time around. Will block the momentum of Dinez, and here comes Berryman once more.
Albert is just trying to pull away from these guys battling, and the thing is, all this battling that these guys are doing is allowing the cars in front to pull away. So Elvis Rankin, Jamie Fluke are saying, thank you boys, you keep it up, we'll stay in these positions. As Berryman now up into 10th place, Soria and Nessoff as well for 3rd place, switching positions. So moves are being made in these late stages of this race.
It is indeed. So Soria has gotten past Nessoff. Holtzman has managed to break away. He's about 2 seconds clear of Valentin Mandanok at the front. Look at the different lines being taken. Basically just trying to find a bit of clean air pocket for these cars to follow. Banfield leads away from Dambeats as Harth and Fluke, traditionally teammates. Oh, this is so fun seeing them having to actually fight against one another. Now Harth will get the position. Nessoff cycles back in front of Soria, so that's for 3rd position. Harth loses some momentum. They're too wide. Soria is going to use the outside to run himself back into 3rd spot. 2 laps to go this time around, I think.
Yeah, they're counting down the time, and we'll look back to Violate then. 12th place. We've seen how aggressive he's been in his defensive moves. He's looking forward now, though, to Albert and trying to make some moves. And again, getting the back end out there. You see that battle for 3rd place on the right-hand side of your screen, and the battle then for 11th on the left-hand side of your screen.
Oh, into the wall. That was Phil Dinez as to the inside. Violate's trying to pinch and get the move done on Pedro Sanchez Albert, but just a little bit too far behind. Sotomuto closing on Dinez as well as Soria and Neslov still side by side. Neslov has got to wait till the last lap of the race. He's got the momentum, slide up the track. I think he's done that potentially a bit early. Soria now still has a couple of laps to try and set the move up here.
Yeah, 2 to go then, and Soria. Although, has he worked his car a little bit too much? Because Neslov is pulling away, actually, after that move and completing it. So maybe Soria not quite working out for him. We've still got this battle for 11th place. This has been the most entertaining battling that we've seen out there on screen. And that Japanese car, that is a lap down there, so we can...
No, that's
Sotomuto. Sorry, yes, absolutely right. He's got involved in this battle. I do apologise.
Dan Beats and Fluke in front of these guys battling. White flag in the air this time around. So Holtzman, next flag will be the checkered as 2 wide, 2 abreast. They fought. I should say funnel. Excuse me, live broadcasting, words can be difficult sometimes. We've got lots more racing yet to come. Still more battling between these cars, but coming out of turn 4, Germany makes it 2 of 2. In the final stage of the Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations, Patrick Holtzman takes the victory. Valentin Mandenok second. Looks like Alexei Neslov has held onto third, and there's contact. Muto gets together with Violate. Pinsker, I think, just about avoids getting mixed up in that one. Dinez will take full advantage of that. But coming out of turn 4, drama all the way. I think that was Violate just sliding up the track a little bit.
Yeah, and he did also seem to turn in front of the UK car as well when he was trying to recover to try and block them off. So, interesting end to the race, but my goodness. We knew there'd be some excitement in that one, and we got plenty of it.
It was the wild card race that we thought would be interesting, but we've got one more wild card still yet to come in the rallycross. Patrick Holtzman victorious in this race 2 of the final. Valentin Mandenok ends up in second, about 3 seconds adrift from your race leader. Alexei Neslov down in third, does manage to hold off Jose Soria. I think potentially Jose had a little bit of damage to the right side of his car after knocking down the wall maybe one time too many. Ross Banfield, we were wondering what he could do, but he stays where he qualified in 5th position. Christopher Danbeat worked up a couple spots to 6th, while Jamie Fluke plus 10 finishes in 7th for the UK. Johan Hart in 8th, while one of the biggest movers on the day, Peter Berryman plus 15 for the UK into 9th. Elvis Rankin works himself into the top 10. 4 Apex Racing drivers in a row, 7th through 10th positions. Phil Dinez, another car to make his way up 15 spots. He finishes down in 11th with Pedro Sanchez Albert right behind him. Quintin Violate does manage to hold on to 13th, but I wonder if Race Control is going to have a look at that one. James Pinsker not able to get around Violate. He finishes 14th with Dmitry Kovanov for Russia in 15th. Carlos Fenalosa 16th with Denis Grabowski 17th. Hayata Asaga, the highest placed Japanese driver, only 18th position for him, while Victor Preto finishes 19th. Maxime Brient through the top 20. Started up the field, did Brient. Not the best day for him. Alexander Thieber got mixed up with contact right at the start. Finishes 21st position. Dallas Pataska 22nd. Sotomuto, the last car on the lead lap after that contact through turn 4. Only 23rd for him. Charlie Summers 24th. Shunsuke Kuno 25th with Kirill Kolobusov 26th. One of the first retirements from the race, along with Masafumi Aburame and Maximilian Beneke. 3 Japanese drivers lower than 23rd positions. Not the easiest of races for them. John, thoughts on that one?
Another great race. As we thought, you know, the Germans had to be a bit careful because they ended up losing drivers very early on. You know, Beneke going out first was a real shock. And once again, for me, Danbeat's a little bit of the unsung hero for Germany because he was the one who was kind of given the task to just keep it clean, make his way forward, and again, picking up another top 6 result. So he was really strong. Holtzman, a bit of redemption after this morning's action at Road America, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that. France, a very strong performance overall. I think Violate, that last lap incident might have just cost France a few points, and you know, if we're wait and see what the stewards say, but I mean, France were looking like they were going to close the gap to Germany a little bit. I don't know if that's still going to happen or not. It's going to be very, very touch and go, but I think Germans have to be happy with the result. UK started strong, looked like they might drag themselves back into the mix, but once again, it just kind of faded as the race went on, and a few too many drivers getting caught up in incidents. So, yeah, I think it's not changed too much, really, from the last race. I do think France might have just edged a little bit closer to Germany, but it's still all to play for, of course. I think we're about to see the most recent update to the points.
Yeah, I'm not sure if these are confirmed or if there's more actions from race control. It does sound as though they are confirmed, though. So Germany and France separated by 40... Ooh, doing math in my head. 47. Never trust a commentator's math, but I think I nailed that one. 47 points. So it has closed, but not as much. Now it's down to the rallycross race to see if Johan Hart can bully his way into victory and bully his way to the front of the field. UK in third. They're further, 41 points back from France, so almost out of the equation. USA in fourth, Spain and Russia, fifth, sixth, with Japan in seventh. No changes down the tail end of the field. And a reminder, Paul, the maximum points a team can score is 172 in races 1, 2, and 3. The next race is 120. There is a mathematical chance that it might be potentially a 3-4 horse race heading into the finals, but it would be a realistic chance for just 2 of them.
Yeah, you never know. Never say never is what we say. If is the biggest word in motorsport, is the phrase. But yeah, we're looking at some rallycross action coming up shortly, and yeah, you say Half, see if he can bully his way through. Well, Johan certainly knows how to bully his way through in rallycross, that's for sure.
You're going to get in trouble, Paul.
Well, no, I'm not. He's an aggressive driver, and he's shown it time and again. But he knows what it takes to win. That's the thing. That's the key thing in rallycross. He knows what it takes to win. Because he won the 2020 iRacing IRX World Championship. So, yeah, he doesn't do it by accident. He knows he knows what these cars can and can't do.
And that came down all the way to the wire. It was him versus his Apex Racing and Team Yokohama teammate John Robertson at Wine Country in Sonoma for the final race. John Robertson missed out on a feature race there, and Johan Hart did what he needed to do, finish fourth to clinch the World Championship. So now, from oval racing to rallycross, we return to Hell Lankenbanen, the scene of our rallycross race yesterday. John, what did you take out of that race? What are you looking forward to now? A Joker strategy is crucial. Turn one, if you're on the outside of the starting grid, you can take it, unlike what we saw at Barcelona. But it's also a track where we saw plenty of interesting lines through turn 4. A lot of cars didn't really get the right line. They were running a bit too wide, not slowing themselves down in time. It's one where you really need to be tight to the apex to make sure you're getting the maximum momentum through the corner. Yeah, exactly, Arjuna. You've got to get it slowed down at the right point and get on the power nice and early. We went on board with some of the rallycross experts, such as Bo Albert, in the qualifying session last time. You could just see it almost looked like he was going too slow, slowing up too much, and he was just getting on the power. The car would beautifully slide out. Similar to the last corner as well, it's going to be all about hitting that apex, and in the race even more crucial, because as soon as you run a little bit wide, just like we saw Jamie Fluke in his heat, you get bullied, you get punished, because other cars have the opportunity to send one down the inside. Similarly as well, the penultimate corner is a sharp left-hander, and we've seen a lot of drivers basically firing their cars in there and using all of the hill on the exit to try and keep it together, and it gives them the inside line to the last corner. So expect a crunch point on the apex of the final corner with drivers making aggressive moves into the penultimate one. But yeah, anyone can win this race. We saw it earlier at Barcelona. Chaos can ensue in rallycross. Let's hope for a little bit of a cleaner run this time. Less is more in rallycross, Paul. I think that's something that's very much underappreciated. Not just when it comes to setting up the corner, maybe backing up a little bit more than one would expect, but also the use of the handbrake. Ken Block has popularized hooning as it is, but that's not always the quickest way in rallycross. I think there's only a couple of corners in the World Championship where we see the top-level drivers yoinking on the handbrake to get that car rotated. I think specifically about Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta was the one that came to my mind as well. That's about the only time that you will sort of seriously think about pulling the handbrake every single time. The pro drivers from IRX, they know that you don't touch that handbrake. You're going nice and slow, keep it clean. People think, oh, just
foot down, you can power your way out the corners and that, but no, when you're on the dirt, it just spins up the wheels and you go nowhere fast. So it's all about keeping it calm, keeping it smooth in rallycross. It seems counterintuitive, but it works, and we've seen it time and again. That anyone who's wild and it looks really like, you know, they're all over the place, it looks spectacular, that's usually because they're going slow.
And well, to give Ken Block his credit, he knows how to do it in style. He also knows how to be a very fast racer when it comes to actually going out on track and making sure that he performs when the pressure is on. So halfway through now the finals, 2 races done, 2 to go. It's, of course, going to be 2 heat races here because for each of the 7 nations, 2 drivers have been nominated to head to Hell Lankenbanden for the Rallycross Showdown. So 2 of the heats will lead to the top 10 out of each of the heats, so 5 from each heat will advance to the feature, and it will be, again, a 5-lap final. Not much time for things to happen, and then building up, John, to the final race. 20 minutes in the LMP2 car at Sebring. It's a really tough combination. We saw this in the VCO Pro Sim series as well. It's high speed at times, but those bumps on braking in particular, down into the hairpin, for example, at turn 7, into the braking zone at turn 10 at Cunningham, even into Sunset Bend. So many different approaches to each of these corners, and with the fixed setup, adapting as quick as possible is going to be crucial.
Exactly. We're ending on a really, really tough combination because Sebring is a kind of track that needs practice. You need to know what line you need to take into Sunset Bend. You need to know how your specific car reacts to the specific bumps. And these drivers, of course, haven't had the time to prepare like they normally would. So we're going to see multiple different lines into Sunset Bend. I can guarantee you there will be people in the tyre wall on the left-hand side. And, you know, these bumps could end up deciding the outcome of this event. It's going to be interesting to see if Germany can hold on to a big points lead heading into the final round. They're going to want as big a buffer as possible. But it's going to be so hard to stop Harth in this particular event for France. And if he can have a good result, France, you know, anything can happen in the last race. If they're close enough, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to step aside for a couple of minutes, but we'll be back from Hell Lankenbanden here in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations. 2 races to go in these finals, and it's our defending champions Germany that sit on top of the pile, but the pressure is on. We are halfway through the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO's Grand Final, and we've returned to the depths of hell for another rallycross showdown in the Subaru WRX STI. It is Team Germany that leads the way, but it's all up for grabs, and France is closing, and knowing they have the 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion here to propel them forward, they'll be hoping to make things close, heading to the Grand Showdown. 20 minutes of action at the Sebring International Raceway as we return to the Sunshine State. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted you can join us here on TraxionGG, VCO Esports, iRacing social media, and of course live on RaceBot TV. Alongside is Paul Smith and John Monroe. And John, excited for this one. We saw Rallycross, we saw hell yesterday, but this is different. The pressure is on. We are fighting for $25,000.
Absolutely. Well, today's Rallycross was even more hell than yesterday at hell, it has to be said. But yeah, really exciting. Obviously, every race so far has delivered in terms of drama. Some have been cleaner than others, and the Rallycross, obviously, last time out was a little bit iffy. So we're hoping to see some more clean racing. But the thing is, the tension level now is as high as it's ever been. So any kind of all the adrenaline that these drivers are going to be having is going to come to a head here. We're going to see how it goes. They've got to get as many points as they possibly can heading into the final race at Sebring to put themselves in the mix. And of course, it's not just about the leading battle, it's about a battle for third as well. We've got 4 or 5 nations all still within chance of a top 3 position, and of course the prize money that goes with it. So plenty of action still to be had, and I think this race is going to be very intense.
And Paul, talk us through the format here, what we've seen so far and what we've still got left in store.
Yeah, we saw yesterday's group stages, then they all battled out to try and get automatic qualification for today. For those that didn't get that automatic qualification, they ended up in a playoff race. It was a dramatic playoff race, that's for sure. Today, we've seen a semi-final. 5 teams head-to-head, with 5 teams advancing into the finals here. There was a last chance race as well, which we saw with the IRX at Barcelona. Now, the finals then. We've had 2 races already. We've got 2 more to go, and this race that we're going to see right now, as we say, Hell Lankenbanen for the Rallycross action before we head on over to Sebring International Raceway for the race, the final race to decide who is the Cup of Nations champion.
And here are the points as they run. It is 47 points between Germany and France. Yes, you can trust my math, at least on this specific occasion. The UK and USA, not far between the 2 of them, but they're pretty far behind the rest of cars in front. Spain or Russia, not too far behind, but Japan, unfortunately, after 3 of their cars finished outside of the top 20 in our second race, that oval showdown in the Ford Fusion at the Homestead Miami Speedway. They are still not into triple digits just yet, and they may even be out of mathematically potentially in the championship fight before we get to that final 20-minute race. Reminder as well that we only qualified for the first race in this final. Each of the races after that have been gridded up depending on the standings orders, often staggered by the country. So you'll run through the list of countries once, you'll then run through them again and again until you set the grid. In this Rallycross race, it is just 2 drivers that have had to be nominated by each of the teams, and that's where, John, having a diverse driver lineup is going to be important. That's where we were just talking about during that break. For France, the fact that they got the Rallycross World Champion back in 2020 as part of their lineup is crucial, but also the fact that they have the man that a lot of people call Mr. LMP2, the guy that loves Sebring as well, Maxime Briand, who's going to make sure that even if the Germany team is looking strong heading to the final race of this Cup of Nations, Germany's still in with a chance. Excuse me, France is still in with a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. They've kept the fight alive. They're close enough on points that it's not over yet. It's going to be a tough ask, don't get me wrong, but they've got, as you say, Johan Harth for this race, and of course Brienne in the LMP2s next. So France kind of have a bunch of drivers who are really good in single disciplines specifically, but even saying that, you know, Johan Harth was in the top 8, I believe, in the last race, so he showed diversity there as well, and we'll be hoping for a better result here. And then you've obviously got the likes of Violate for France, who's been setting fastest race laps. He's been right up there at the top of the races on the kind of more regular road courses that we've seen. So they've got strength and depth, they've got diversity. The problem they've got is the strength of Germany. And of course, Germany also have the diversity, but they've just got that sheer outright pace and quality, which is seeing them at the front of the field overall.
Just a reminder as well that you can follow along with all things Cup of Nations on Cup of Nations Sim on Twitter. For all things VCO Esports, follow them on social media at VCO Esports. great content coming from the team there, keeping you up to date, not just on what's going on here, but the various things that VCO is involved with. You can also stay tuned for the VCO Semi Awards, which will be handed out on December 26th, the day after Christmas. Both Paul Smith and myself nominated, I should say, in the best commentary category. RaceSpot TV also nominated in the best video content category. Voting closed a couple of days ago, so you're a little bit too late to put your hat into the ring to express your opinion, but over 6,000 people have voted for that. But we are ready to go racing at Hell Lankan Bannon. 2 3-lap heats, 7 cars each, 5 advance to the feature before a 5-lap final to hand out the points. Mr. iRacing Maximilian Beneke will be alongside Ross Banfield and Charlie Summers on the front row for the first heat. Victor Preto, Hayata Asaga, and Kirill Kolobusov will line up alongside one another just behind them. While the final car in this field will be Jamie Fluke. Watch out for Jamie. He's got some rallycross experience under his belt. Competed in the IRX All-Star Invitation alongside Mr. Paul Smith. Plenty of chances for Jamie to cycle through the field here. And it's a tough technical track, Paul. Surviving it, not just the most important thing, but being fast around here. Very, very difficult.
It is. It's an incredibly difficult circuit, and one that these drivers will enjoy the challenge of, but it's also going to be, do you know what, I think we're having a little bit of an issue here, so we're going to have start delayed, unfortunately for us. But yeah, this venue, it is a tremendous track. It's a tremendous challenge for those drivers as well, and really, it's one that encourages you to be clean, and yeah, it will really bring you much fortune if you could keep clean and use the curbs as well. You know, using the curbs, especially down the bottom of the hill at turn number 4, being able to just use that curb to drag the car around just really helps out. But yeah, we have got a false start. We're going to be resetting everything, so yeah, apologies everyone. It's just building the tension a bit more, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they'll get everything sorted and we'll be back to the racing as soon as we possibly can. So at least for now, you have to listen to us babble on for a couple of moments' time. There could be worse things in the world. Maybe this would be a better radio show than a video podcast, that's for sure. But John, I mean, now that we've got a couple of minutes here, let's talk a little bit about sim racing in general, right? Because the last 2 years, basically since, you know, unfortunately COVID-19 locked down the world, sim racing has really taken on so many different things. We've got so many real-world series, real-world drivers that have really embraced sim racing. We have so many different competitions. TraxionGG has coverage of so many of them. But the greatest thing is the community has grown so much more as well. So many more new people coming and joining what is one of the funnest things you can do, if you ask me, in all of esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and COVID has been such a terrible situation for so many people, so many families, and so much industry as well that have been heavily affected by it. But the sim racing and esports industry is one of the few that's actually benefited from this, because it introduced so many people to the world of esports, because it's something that could take place at home. And we've seen a real boom in the last few seasons, not just in professional esports and top-level sim racing with the prize pools and the variety, but also the amount of people at grassroots level that are just getting involved, having a go, buying themselves a starter wheel and giving it a shot. We've got so many incredible platforms across multiple different disciplines that you will have, and you'll even have certain sim racers from here. They'll also be on top of other sims such as R-Factor 2, such as Assetto Corsa, Competizione, Race Room, all of the amazing sims out there, Automobilista as well. And we're seeing lots of diversity within the driving, drivers jumping from one sim to another. But the best thing about it is anyone with a wheel can jump on, have a go and race against some of the top racers, not just in esports but also in real life. You know, this has been huge for the influx we've had of real racing drivers coming into esports as well.
You know, I had to pinch myself once when I was in a practice session getting ready for Sebring 12 Hours a few years ago to take part in that, and a name popped up and I was like, ooh, and it was a Le Mans winner himself, Frank Bieler, joined the session to get some practice in, and unsurprisingly he was quicker than me. But still, you know, being able to take part in races, I've raced on a track with Rubens Barrichello. Again, he was about a second and a half faster a lap than me. You know, I've been a teammate and been under the team stewardship of two-time British Touring Car champion Ashley Sutton. You know, these people are involved in esports. I mean, look at Romain Grosjean with his team. You know, Frank Bieler, of course, has got the Bieler Racing Euronics dealer racing team. Got there in the end. You know, there's multiple teams. You know, Quadrant with Lando Norris as well. You know, all sorts of different teams and drivers that are getting involved in esports and seeing the true benefit of sim racing as well, not just for an exposure point of view, but also from an experience point of view. You know, some of these drivers use this just to get their eye in terms of, oh, where can you overtake? Where can you throw an overtake? Let's try that.
It's funny you mentioned Rubens Barrichello did compete in last year's Cup of Nations, and indeed earlier this year in the 2021 Cup of Nations Pro, when we saw the real-world drivers get their own crack at some Cup of Nations activity. I've had the pleasure of even being a spotter for Tony Kanaan, something that you never think it would happen, right? But that's what's happened as a result of the last year's. Sim racing hardware has almost become as difficult to find as GPUs, which is a bit crazy to think about the way that the world has transformed in the last 18 months. What's on the future, though? Let's talk a little bit about that. Of course, next year, so many new things coming to iRacing, announced just a couple of days ago. New TCR machines coming. We've got, of course, the Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One team vehicle, because that's the way we have to describe it. Potentially a World Championship coming there. We've got tournaments like the Virtual Le Mans Series, which are, you know, bringing endurance racing to a top level, mixing in sim racing and real-world competition. We've also got for VCO a couple of interesting things. We've got the Esports Racing League and the Esports Racing World Cup. The World Cup will take place at the end of January. We'll challenge teams across all three simulators: Assetto Corsa Competizione, rFactor 2, and iRacing. You can't just be a one-trick pony. Very much like we see in the Cup of Nations here, you have to be flexible, adaptive, and be able to be quick across the simulators. But more interestingly, I'm not sure you guys have heard about this position, so I wanted to get your thoughts on it. The VCO Infinity. We've got 24-hour races. What about a 24-hour series of races? 50-minute sprints, 10 minutes between 24 individual races. John, when I say that to you, think about what we see with Cup of Nations here, where, you know, the different combinations come into the mix. That's going to happen for VCO Infinity as well. that will be at the middle of May.
That sounds great. I think you might need a few extra commentators in there so that you guys can have a bit more of a break. That'd just be awesome. I mean, even just with this format we've had this weekend with the Cup of Nations, the way it creates the intensity level is just phenomenal. Every single race is action-packed. I'm on the edge of my seat just watching at home, and I'm sure most of you guys viewing at home are as well. So could you imagine that for 24 hours? That's going to be a tricky one.
And I think the point system there is going to be great. I think the thing that I kind of said to Florian Hasper, Paul, about that competition is, don't announce any of the combinations. Announce the combinations 15 minutes before the start of each race, not even in one bulk group. Do it per race.
I mean, that's one way of testing the driver's ability and skill, isn't it? That's for sure. And their flexibility. Yeah, that's an intriguing way. I mean, it almost reminds me of there was a race where it was 80 hours long, 83, 84 hours long in the real world. You know, you hear these crazy concepts that happen. I mean, we don't forget about the Spa 25 hours that happens with the Fun Cup, you know, every year, and there's all sorts of different events that happen throughout the world of motorsport. It's not just, you know, the prestigious ones. I mean, the one that I really enjoy watching online as well is, of course, the Race of Remembrance, which, of course, John, you've taken part in, haven't you?
Yeah, I've taken part in that almost every year it's run, actually. I've only missed a couple, and we've been lucky enough to win our class in that event as well. And that's why I was talking about earlier with night racing as well. There's so many incredible different types of motorsport in real life, so it's nice to see. The nice thing about sim racing is you can kind of create anything you want. You've got less constrictions. You can, as you say, you can jump from Homestead, Miami in a NASCAR, and then suddenly you can be on the other, you know, completely opposite end of the scale. You could be in Norway driving a rallycross car within minutes with the same drivers, and that's what obviously you can't do that in real life. So the idea of doing, you know, 24 hours of racing across 24 different combos is absolutely crazy. But yeah, I mean, there's so much diversity out there in motorsport and so many things to get involved with, so many events to go and view. It's just a fantastic hobby to have.
And one of the crucial things, I think, at least when it comes to iRacing, is the fact that hopefully next year we get rain. Yes, our Factor 2, Assetto Corsa Competizione, already have that rain dynamic element being mixed into the equation, but I think it's fair to say iRacing is the place where the average person can just jump in, get up to speed with an online multiplayer race, go racing in the special events, which are unique to iRacing. They marry competition with community, and that's going to be great, Paul. I can't wait till maybe at the Nürburgring next year when you have one part of the track raining and the other part of the track completely dry.
Yeah, well, the Nürburgring 24 Hours is the one of the special events that I do actually set aside my weekend. I don't take any bookings. That is a sim race that I love racing, and I finished 3rd place in class in top split back in 2017. So I know what it's like to race on that circuit for such a long time, especially through the middle of the night as well. You add in rain, and iRacing are doing it, properly. They're going to have it as a weather front that comes through as well. I've seen drivers complaining about cold tyres on a dry track. Add in the weather and the rain, and people are just going to be flying off left, right, and centre until they get their head around it.
It could be worse. It could be like in the real world where it goes from dry to snow to hail to snow, back to rain to sunny, all in the space of 15 minutes, and only at 1 or 2 corners. That's the great thing about the Nordschleife in the real world. If you ask me, Nordschleife and the Nürburgring, one of the best tracks in the world. Maybe second Bathurst. I know Lewis McLeod is going to argue with me on that one, that's for sure. But we are getting ready, by the way. They're getting things ready for us to go racing, rallycross racing at Hell Lankenbahn. A change of plans. We are adapting on the fly here today. We are now going to have some qualifying sessions to set the grid for this one, and you'd have to assume that Johan Hart is the one to watch here today. John, before we get to the action itself, let's talk to you about what we have in store for us, right? Because it's Germany versus France, but is there any chance that you think maybe the UK, maybe Spain can try and recover from disappointing themselves in the first 2 races?
If we're looking for overall victory, I do think it's a little bit too much of a stretch. Of course, anything can happen. We all know that, and it could be that France and Germany come together, and the final race, of course, is going to be even more chaos. So it's not as if it's out of the question, but if UK want any chance to look ahead of them instead of behind them, they're going to have to win this race, right? They're going to have to repeat the victory that they managed to do yesterday. Of course, it's worth mentioning that Jamie Fluke did take the victory in the rallycross event here at Hell last time out. So, there's potential there, but for GB, especially with the prize money at stake, or United, is it great? No, it's United Kingdom, isn't it? With the prize money at stake, I think their best bet is to just try their best to beat the teams around them, such as USA, Spain. Try and just be up there and pick up a top 3, because I'm sure they'll be happy with that overall.
You're trying to incite some fighting, just like Paul almost did yesterday by excluding poor Jamie Fluke in that UK team. Well, ready to go then in Hell Lankenbahn, and qualifying will get underway in a couple of moments' time. Up the hill, you see a couple of cars through the final corner. And this is a place where you do have to set up qualifying laps, Paul, because you saw one of the French cars there. I believe that was Johan Haas, just waiting patiently on the outside to get onto the power as aggressively as possible, because 4-wheel drive, great for getting traction, but it doesn't like to accelerate and go turning at the same time. So straightening up the car as soon as possible is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely, and they won't have to worry about having to find space in qualifying because they will be doing it on their own, so at least that's okay. But with only 3 minutes to do qualifying, you've got to be on it, and you've got to just get going straight away. No messing about and push on straight away. But we're going to see some shenanigans, that's for sure, in this race, and it's a question of, do drivers, how do they hit these races? How do they get it done? But we're getting set then for the start of qualifying.
And so there'll be a couple of minutes for the drivers to roll out onto track. 5 minutes, 3 laps. So not much time to mess about. You've got to get right onto it and get into qualifying itself. Remember, we will have 2 representatives from each of the 7 nations in these finals. So 14 cars, 2 heat races, 7 cars apiece. We'll wave goodbye to 2 cars per heat, all setting up the grid for the 5-lap final just so used to having a 10-lap final, Paul, given what we saw in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship this year.
Yeah, it's almost second nature just to immediately call it for a 10-lap final. But no, 3-lap heat, 5-lap feature race, and it's worth pointing out as well, at this track, as we saw yesterday, you can take the Joker on the opening lap. So unlike at Barcelona, where you couldn't take it on the opening lap, you can at this venue, because you do cross the finish line just after the start of the race. And in Rallycross, if you don't pass the finish line before you reach the Joker lap, you cannot take that Joker. So fortunately, they do, so therefore they can get it straight away.
Yeah, there was a couple of drivers questioning what happened there. On board with Johan Hart, let's ride around a lap here at Hell Lankenbahn and down in towards turn 2. Get the car turned in. Is it on tarmac so you can be a little bit more aggressive with the power delivery? This is turn 4 though. Hart is really just setting up here, so this is not going to be a good lap time. This is just him getting ready to go. But on turn 4, usually on an onboard lap, you'll see him hug the inside. Hopefully we'll get the lap on board with the 2020 world champion, as well, he's making liberal use of track limits here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we'll start seeing some times coming through very shortly. Of course, you do have to complete 2 laps here before you can actually start a hot lap. So here we go then, into turn number 1, your 2020 iRacing IRX World Champion Johan Hart, and you'll see he's attacking the corners a bit more now. Not letting the car slide that much though. You notice that he's keeping it nice and tidy here. Get it turned in nice and early. Use the curb then to drag yourself around the corner. Back uphill then, through this left hand. You want to set it up nice and early. Get it as close to that barrier as you possibly dare. Onto the brakes hard. Nice and tight. Onto the power nice and early. Again, using that curb to drag you around. Up and over the jump at the end. And Johan Hart goes top of the standings, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, 4/10 clear of Thieber. About 300ths between Thieber and Fluke. Violate and Alexei Nessar through the top 5 as Charlie Summers punches himself up into second. He was feeling confident about Rallycross, and now we see why, but still not on the same level, of course, as your world champion in 2020. 12 cars has set lap times waiting for Hayata Asaga and Carlos Fenalosa. Asaga puts himself up into 9th. Beneke hasn't put in a proper lap time just yet. Phil Denez 8th. Beneke, there we go. He's up into 7th spot. Still waiting for Fenalosa, who's rounding the final corner, climbing up the hill over the little bit of a jump that's there at the start-finish line. And all 14 cars now have set lap times. 1 and a bit seconds separates them. Colin Busov a little bit off the pace, but that's Rallycross for you. You can still have some luck, as here we go. One of the UK cars setting up for a final flying lap.
It's worth pointing out as well, though, at the moment, the UK and also France have both got their drivers in the exact same heat. So you could end up in a situation where one of those teams, one of those countries, end up with one of their drivers knocking out of the heat their teammate.
Fluke trying to take the lessons he learned from Johan Hart, but just a little bit wide on the entry down the hill in through turn 4. Working in towards this left-hand sweeper. Look how close to the wall they get. If you touch that wall and get a 0x, that will be qualifying invalidated. Thebe now 1.5 tenths behind Johan Hart. Fluke to the line though. What's the time going to be? Half a second behind. Thebe as it runs, still behind. Now getting a bit of Joker practice in as well.
Yeah, Hart just put in an even quicker lap time as well. So Alexander Thieber, even though he did get a tenth of a second back, well, he's now 3 tenths back. Fluke up into 3rd though, so that separated the 2 UK drivers in their particular heats. Because of course, in Rallycross, if you qualify in the odd numbered positions, that's the heat. You're all going to be in that one heat. If you're in the even numbered positions, then you're going to be in that respective heat.
So under 30 seconds to go in the qualifying. I think most of the cars have already used their 3 flying lap times. Only a couple of cars still on track. Phil Denez, Alexei Nessar, I think more just out there getting some practice under their belts. Well, penultimate race of these 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. We have returned to Hell Lankenbahn, most famous for being a rallycross venue, but actually not built initially for rallycross. That happened almost a full decade after it was built in the late 70s. Here we go then, 2 heats. The first of them 3 laps in length with 7 cars about to get gridded up. Let's take a look at the starting grid for heat number 1. So the 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion puts himself on pole position. He will be alongside Jamie Fluke and Quintin Vialate. So Vialate, watch for him to maybe peel off into the Joker. Carlos Fenalosa, Alexei Nesov, and Ross Banfield will be on row 2. While final car in this heat number 1 will be Hayata Asaga from the very last grid spot in this field. They get themselves gridded up and we get ready to rumble. Yesterday was pretty physical, Paul. I'm sure today will be no different.
Oh, we expect that absolutely for this to be physical. All the drivers are on the grid, so we're getting ready for the start.
Just waiting for the engine notes to build. Launch control ready to spit these cars off the start line. 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. Hearth gets the whole shot, but his compatriot on the outside doesn't get the launch. Vialate bundled down the field. Fluke to the Joker first time around, 3 abreast. Carlos Fenalosa just a little bit wide. Hearth leads the way. Oh! He gets turned. Oh, Vialate deep into the corner, and he makes contact with his countryman, Johan Hearth, to the tail end of the field.
Oh, Nesov got into the back of Hearth. Now, Hearth is still actually in second place at the moment, but he's getting bullied at the moment by Carlos Fenalosa. Of course, Fenalosa not a shrinking violet when it comes to rallycross himself, so he can really go at it as he goes, as tries to keep that second place. Hearth and Fenalosa make contact!
And Hearth has shortcutted the course. Now the question is, will that be a slowdown penalty? And I apparently got the Russian and the French cars confused, but to my defense, they look pretty similar. The colors are the same. Alexei Nesov, though, 1.6 seconds clear. We'll get the Joker up for you on the left-hand side of the screen to indicate which of the cars has already taken the slightly longer route. Fenalosa bumps Hearth out of the way as they come in towards the penultimate corner. Hearth just about shuts the door. Here comes Jamie Fluke, who's already jokered and looking for second.
Oh, this is turning out perfectly for Jamie. He's got to be careful of Carlos Fenalosa not to get involved with him. He's ahead of him now. Hearth has to take to the Joker, so does Fenalosa. Fluke, though, coming out, and he's just ahead. You can see that just through your screen. Nesov took the Joker lap this time as well. Fluke is ahead.
Behind them, though, Fenalosa and Hearth coming to blows once more. Hearth in danger of not transferring to the main event. That is crucial. Up front, though, here it goes. Side by side, Fluke and Nesov. Not the names we expected to be squabbling over Heat 1 victory. Jamie Fluke, though, rounds the final corner, climbs up the hill. He wins Heat number 1. Advances to the 5-lap feature along with Alexei Nesov, Hayata Asaga, as well as Ross Banfield and Johan Hearth. There's confirmation of the results. Jamie Fluke, Alexei Nesov, Ross Banfield and company going on through. Here's the grid for heat number 2. Alexander Thieb, Charlie Summers, and Sotomuto on the front row with Maximilian Peneke, Phil Denez and Victor Prato, row 2. Kirill Kolobusov, final car in this field. And already drama, Paul. Johan Hearth not advancing.
No, he finished 5th.
Oh, he did
Johan,
finish 5th.
So Quintin Vialate is the one who didn't get through. But that's crucial for France. They needed to score big against Germany.
That would have been a swap around coming to the line because, well, Vialate had the control. Probably the smart move. Ready to go then for heat number 2. It's a great launch from Maximilian Peneke, who makes contact with Alexander Thieb. But Sotomuto leads a whole bunch of cars down onto the Joker. There's a traffic jam there that's really caused a whole kerfuffle. Muto gets turned around. Germany, though, leads the way 1 and 2 down the hill.
Charlie Summers got a slowdown penalty through the Joker lap, so he could have crossed the inside curb on the Joker too much, and that's going to affect him and potentially his qualification for that feature race. But look at it, the 2 Germans at the front, Tiber and Beneke. Kolobusov, though, is trying to charge them down, but they are looking really good up front.
Joker Delta here is about 3 seconds, but that was with the World Championship drivers. With these guys, you'd expect maybe a little bit more, given that to be perfect on that Joker lap can be difficult. Phil Dinez harasses Victor Preto through turn 1. The gap between Benq and Victor Preto is hanging around 3.4 seconds, so Benq might still be in with a good, comfortable chance. It's Kirill Kolobusov that's the one to watch out for, as Phil Dinez gets turned around by Victor Preto, the American, to the tail end of the field.
Oh, he'll be absolutely gutted about that, Will Dinez. We've got the white flag out, so one more lap, so Germany will be taking the Joker lap right now, and it's looking very dominant from them.
Benq looks pretty comfortable through the dirt section. There's Victor Preto, who will be in front of Kirill Kolobusov, as all lining up the rear wheels on the handbrake was Alexander Thebe. Kolobusov has come out in 5th, so he will get a transfer spot by virtue of what happened with Phil Dinez, Summers, and Kolobusov duking it out really for grid position and a couple of points in this heat. The grid position, of course, will line them up for the feature through the final corner. Alexander Thebe will climb up the hill with Benq, his compatriot, in close pursuit. Germany gets valuable points on the board. What a heat 2 we have just seen, and the tide continues to swing in favor of Team Germany. So Alexander Thebe, Maximilian Benq, Victor Preto, Charlie Summers, Kirill Kolobusov, the 5 that advance. We wave goodbye to Phil Dinez and to Sota Muto in this 3rd race of the Grand Finals. Still the big drama, the fact that Johan Hart did not dominate the race. And so we'll now wait and see exactly how this is going to shake up. The cars get a couple of moments to get back onto track and get some practice here, Paul, but really, there's not much you're going to learn in these couple of minutes that you already didn't know.
Yeah, exactly. You're just getting your eye in as to how the track is. Of course, it has worn in a little bit, has the track, after those opening races. So it's a little bit warm, but it's the same for everyone out there. So definitely, these drivers, they will just try it out, see how it is. But the big surprise, the team that needed to score some decent points out there was France, and they had an absolute nightmare. And I said, didn't I, in the qualifying, if you get 2 of those drivers from the same country in the same race, you could run the risk of knocking one of your own teammates out.
And so Race Control is reviewing some of the action in those first couple of heats, so we'll get a couple of minutes before we go racing in the feature. So just let Race Control work through all of that before we get the final result. It is Johan Hart who's under investigation, though, Paul.
Wow. Yeah, so it possibly be that cut, that contact, and then the cut where he forced Fenellosa. It was Fenellosa and Johan Hart, wasn't it, that got together up over the jump at the finish that you see just at the bottom of your screen there. I mean, I don't really envy Race Control right now, because it's just you're on hiding for nothing, aren't you? If you give a penalty, one lot will be unhappy. If you don't give a penalty, the other lot will be unhappy. So either way, you can't be you can't please everybody as a steward. You've got to make a decision, and if you do make a decision, that's it.
We'll try and get you the update from the stewards as soon as possible. You're right, it's a thankless task, and it's one that we really don't envy what they're doing here. And give them their time. They've got more than one incident, I'm pretty sure, to work through. But I think the one with Hearth probably the most important, given that he is in this 5-lap feature. And for France, he is their one chance of bringing in the gap to Team Germany. Team Germany do have 2 cars in this 5-lap main event, though, so that gap should be extending. We'll have to wait and see. And while we wait, we will bring back in John Monroe to discuss some of the action. John, don't forget that you got to unmute yourself before we start talking.
All good.
Don't worry, it's not just a rookie mistake. It's something that we've seen even from very experienced commentators as well. But it is confirmed. Looks like Johan Hart has a penalty.
And do we know if that's been confirmed that he's out of the top 5 then? Because Valiente would be through, wouldn't he?
Well, no, he can't. He won't take part. Will Violante for the feature race, because of course he didn't qualify.
Right, okay, so I mean that is a turn up for the books then, isn't it? Because you know, everyone's money would have been on Hearth, but the thing is, he had so much pressure on him as an individual, being the one star of rallycross, and it's so easy for a race to go wrong. You know, these rallycross heats, everything's up in the air, so it doesn't matter how skilled you are, a mistake can happen, someone else's mistake can affect you, and just look at what ended up happening. In the second heat, we had a German 1-2, and I don't think many people would have predicted that. So yeah, phenomenal effort from Germany, and they really look good now for this competition.
It's not going to be dramatic till the end here, Paul, given how things are going. Like we saw last year, probably good, because we're not going to have the mad scramble to try and figure out the points situation heading into that final couple of minutes of the race. And it sounds like the penalty is because of what happened on the last lap there for Hearth to transfer. I thought it might have been some team orders. Doesn't sound like that. Might have been a bit more physical contact than expected in rallycross to let him get through to the feature.
It's yeah, it's an intriguing penalty. It's something that you can see only really in rallycross, isn't it, as to that sort of thing. We've seen in the past in World Championship Series of how penalties have been dished out when teammates have just pulled over to the side, let their teammate go by. Yeah, in those World Championships, that's not allowed, and so we've seen penalties given out for things like that in the past as well. But yeah, it's yeah. Basically, Johan Hearth, he's been removed from this feature race.
So it'll just be 9 cars that are lined up and going. No points, therefore, to France in this main race itself. They'll still keep, I believe, the points from the heat race. So very much swinging in the favor of Team Germany. It's going to take an almighty effort and probably a bit of bad luck to go the way of Team Germany for anyone else to have a chance for France to be able to pit them for this 2021 Cup of Nations Championship. We're getting to the race in just a couple of moments' time, but from your perspective, John, watching on, what were you surprised by in that feature, in the heat races, I should say? I was pretty impressed by Alexei Nesov's pace.
Yeah, absolutely. He was up a bit higher than you might have expected. Obviously, the Russia had a tough start to the day, but no, it's been good. I think just honestly, Germany's dominance, I really expected this to be a little bit weaker for them because I know that a lot of the other teams had some good drivers. UK obviously had a strong showing, but I think the German guys just worked so well together to take home that 1-2. They really impressed me. And I mean, if they have a good run in this final, it's as near as over. Of course, there could be a massive incident at Sebring. We don't know. There are lots of points at play, but they are doing everything they possibly can to get this thing done before the final race.
Well, we have to take a look at the starting grid for this 5-lap main event. Jamie Fluke, Alexander Thieber, and Alexei Nesov on the front row, with Maximilian Benq looking to get the whole shot once more alongside Ross Banfield and Victor Preto. Down in 7th, it's Hayata Asaga, Charlie Summers, and it will be Kirill Kolobusov, the last car in this field. Johan Hearth watching on from the sidelines. Well, so here we go. This is going to be exciting, invigorating, thrilling, all leading up to the grand showdown in this 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. Team Germany looking comfortable. What can Jamie Fluke do to try and rob them of some points over 5 laps of action here in Hell-Lankenbannen? We'll have a couple of minutes before we get going, I believe. 50 seconds before the action, Paul, for Benq, who, if he can get the launch once more, he does have to be careful this time. He had Thieber on the inside last time. Thieber's on the outside this time. You can't afford for Thieber to go around, make any contact with him.
No, you can't. And I would imagine that Thieber is going to, if he gets a launch there from the front, just to try and get straight to the Joker lap and get that out the way and try and separate your teammates. You don't want to see both of your teammates getting involved in the same incident out there on track.
Well, so here we go. Launch control ready to go once more. Engines revving, lights illuminating. Ready to go for 5 laps at Hell-Lankenbannen. Benq doesn't get the best launch possible. It's Charlie Summers that does. Thieber tries to cover off Jamie Fluke. A little bit of contact there. One of the Spanish cars has gone around. Victor Preto going for a ride in through the Joker. 4 cars tried to go to the Joker. 3 cars playing bumper cars down the hill.
They are indeed, as they go into turn number 4, and Fluke's got his line wrong. That's allowed Benq to go through. Nice and easy for him, and that's Germany first and second place.
And so we'll wait and see what the gap's going to be for the Jokers. Fluke has been bullied out of first position. Didn't get the best launch possible, but still has the chance if he can play the Joker strategy. There's a little bit more of a window this time around. 3 laps basically means you either take it on the start, take it on lap 2, or you're forced to take it on lap 3. Through turn 2 they go. Fluke just a little bit too far behind. Gap between Jamie Fluke and Alexei Nesov, who's the first car to have come down onto the Joker, is sitting at about...
Oh, that's the 2 German cars getting into each other.
My word! Fluke will take advantage of this. Nesov gets past Thieber. Benq managed to hold on to his car coming out of turn number 4. What happened there?
Thieber, he got it a little bit wide through turn number 4. Benq made a little bit of contact and started turning his teammate across his nose, and Fluke says, "Thank you very much, boys. I'm off. See you later."
Benq to the Joker. He'll be alongside Summers down the hill into turn 2, just behind. Let's take a look at the RaceSpot TV replay. Aerial angle brought to us by ATVO. Thieber's deep into the corner and Benq just doesn't get it turned around in time. Fluke just makes contact there with Thieber, who nothing Thieber could really do there. He's just the victim of misfortune.
And this is what I said, if you can take a Joker lap early for one of your drivers, you separate yourselves out, you're not getting involved in an incident with each other. And that's exactly what's happened there for Team Germany.
Charlie Summers almost got bullied out of the way by Max Benq as Hayata Asaga will take to the Joker this time around. Where does the Japanese driver feed out alongside Benq? Asaga has to light up the rear tires onto the handbrake, emerges in front of Benq. The 2 of them make contact. Benq goes up into the air. Question is there a slowdown penalty for the German?
Oh, that was a bit rough, and Benq ends up in the wall on the exit of turn number 4 there. It was very aggressive from both of them, and that's the thing. When you're coming off of that Joker lap, you're going so much faster than those drivers that are on the normal track, and the white flag is in the air though, and Jamie Fluke, your race leader right now, he's not taking the Joker, he's had to take it now.
It cycles Alexei Nesov, the Russian, to the front. Jamie Fluke has emerged in second in front of Charlie Summers, so not bad for UK and Ireland. For Germany, at one point it was looking great. 4th and 8th could be worse. They will still be in the dominant position heading in to the Sunshine State as we return there for our final 20-minute showdown at the Sebring International Raceway. But through the final corner, usually we see Alexei Nesov in road racing and real-world competition, but he conquers rallycross. He wins the 3rd race in the finals of the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. Oh, a bit of drama over the line. Hayata Asaga and Ross Banfield, door-to-door, contact between them over the jump, coming to the line. Drama in rallycross, it's what you expect. Alexei Nesov almost 2 seconds clear of Jamie Fluke for Team Russia. Great win from Nesov, while Charlie Summers rounds out the podium positions. Great showing from the UK team across of our rallycross races. Maximilian Benq, 4th best for him. Hayata Asaga through the top 5 with Ross Banfield, Kirill Kolobusov, Alexander Thieber, and Victor Preto, the top 10 in the penultimate race of this 2021 VCO Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations. And John, talk to us about that race. A lot of contact, a lot of physicality, and it started right from the drop of the green flag.
It did, and you know, there was a very scary moment for quite a few drivers heading into the Joker lap on that very first run, because there was a car right in front of them sideways, and to be fair, it was a really good job from the Japanese and Russian cars to avoid the spinner as well. So yeah, good stuff. Germany, wow, I mean, okay, they're still in a really, really strong position, but talk about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Unbelievable. And the thing is, though, it wasn't really either driver's fault specifically. It was a combination of issues. You know, the driver in front making a little bit of a mistake on the way in. It's really difficult at that stage, if you're Benq behind, to actually back off and avoid the incident. So once that had happened, it was very difficult for them to separate. So maybe it looked worse than it actually was, but of course it does make a difference to the points. And now, okay, Germany still are in a great position, but if they've, you know, France, that's the only chance they're going to have. Yeah, basically, if they hadn't done that, they would have been home and dry by this point.
Yeah, we'll get the points as soon as we can to you. I think Race Control very, very busy, given all the things that we've seen. We're going to step away just for a couple of minutes. We'll get the points when we are back from that. Coming up, we return to the Sunshine State. We head to the bumps of the Sebring International Raceway to determine the Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations winner in 2021.
Come on.
Well, here we go. The final 20-minute showdown in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. It's been dramatic right from the drop of the green flag yesterday at the Hungaroring in our only team race in the Audi R8 GT3 car. But now, 16 teams have been whittled down to 7 nations fighting for their share of $25,000. Welcome back to TraxionGG, VCO Esports, iRacing social media, and RaceSpot TV, where I'm delighted to be joined by Paul Smith and John Monroe. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, Tyler Maxon on production behind the scenes. And John, Germany basically has one hand on the championship right now. And from almost being out of the mix, last chance qualifiers didn't go their way, needed penalty verdicts to swing it back in their direction. Now they are looking like they will defend their championships and become defending Cup of Nations champions.
Yeah, I said at the time, Germany were handed a lifeline and they were never going to let that opportunity go unmissed, you know, so they were really determined to get the result in. They've been strong throughout the whole weekend in terms of their pace, they just haven't really had the results, and to be honest, they've probably been affected more than others by the format and the way the grids have been set. So really, when it gets to the final and there's nowhere to hide, the German strength and depth really does come on strong. So we've seen the juggernaut continue ever since that first race at Montreal. Even in the rallycross, they were looking like the favourites to take the points at the end of the day. So hugely impressive from Germany, and yeah, I think at this stage it's going to be very, very difficult for any other team to get them. Of course, there's still lots of points on offer, and with all 4 drivers in the mix for this race as well, rather than just 2, anything could still happen.
Alexei Nessel, very much the star of the rallycross race, a driver that we know for racing in Formula 4 and GT3 competition and Full Metal Motorsports, but he looked rapid out there, Paul, in that rallycross car.
Yeah, he seemed to really enjoy that, didn't he? And while everyone else was busy taking each other out, he went, well, okay, I'll find myself in first place then, I suppose. He did a superb job for Russia, and hopefully once we get those points, we'll be able to see how that's affected their standing and everything, because the race stewards are still sort of finalising everything there. They're wanting to make sure that everything's correct going into this final.
You say that, but I think I have the unofficial points right next to me right now. Germany 339, the UK 269. So it's 70 points exactly between the two of them. The maximum points you can get in this final race of the Cup of Nations is 172. So it's not done and dusted, but if Germany have consistent pace like we've seen before, it would be very likely theirs to lose. Here's a look at the unofficial points. It's close between the UK and France, close between Russia and the USA, but for Spain and Japan, they're now watching on to see exactly which way it is going to swing. But Team Germany then, John, the pressure's on them because they hold their destiny in their own hands.
The pressure is on them, but at the same time, because of the gap they've got at the front, it kind of takes it away a little bit. They only just need to relax and drive a decent run around about where they are in terms of their pace. They don't need to fight for every single position, and they will take home the crown, which I'm sure they're all looking for. France obviously have a lot of work to do after that rallycross. We thought they might gain on Germany in the rallycross. They've not only lost out to Germany, they've lost out to the UK as well, and there is a substantial gap between those two, so it's going to be a very intriguing battle for second. Germany just need to keep their heads in the game.
And these are confirmed official point standings. Determines the grid for our final race. Reminder as well of how the grids are going to be ordered. They are staggered by the country. So you'll take a driver from each of the 4 countries. You'll order them 1st through 10th in the order of 1st through 7th, excuse me, in the orders of the standings, and then you'll rinse and repeat for the remaining 3 drivers. So Germany will start 1st, 8th. Oh, now you're going to make me do the math. I'm not going to try and do that. But they're going to basically start at the front of each of those groups. The Japanese drivers will start at the tail end of each of those groups of cars. Paul, you laugh, but do you want to have a try at it?
Well, it'd be 1st, 8th, 15th, and then 22nd.
Yes, you're probably right.
It's your 7 times table plus 1.
Yeah, but that's too much math for me to do live on air with all the pressure.
You should have stopped the math when you got it right earlier on. You should have just left it there, handed it off.
Exactly. So now Sebring. It's such a fun track. It's a bumpy track as well. And in these LMP2 cars, John, where you've got the downforce to assist you under the brakes, adapting to the way that's going to affect how you modulate the brakes in some of the heavier braking zones, the hairpin, turn 10 at Cunningham, that's going to be crucial. But also crucial is the fact that Sunset Bend has multiple different approaches that you can take. There's bumps on the inside, there's bumps in the middle, and there's bumps on the outside. But I've seen over the course of the last couple of years that if you're able to find a way to go fast, it might not be the same as someone else's way to be fast around there, but you'll find a way to be quick.
Absolutely. I mean, Sebring has some of the sketchiest braking zones you will see across the planet, and Sunset Bend is probably the #1 example of that, because you're not only putting the car under load in terms of the braking forces, but you're also getting lateral force because the braking zone is a corner. So, I mean, some drivers might go for more of a coasting approach, be a little bit softer on the brake pedal. Some drivers might try and drive it in deeply, push the brakes hard at the last minute. But as you say, there are multiple different lines into Sunset Bend. You can have a wide sweeping line that will give you a better exit onto the pit straight, or you can try and dive down the inside, send one down the inside, maybe defend your track position on the way in, might compromise you on the way out. It sounds simple, but at Sebring, nothing is ever simple. And Sunset Bend is probably as close to as we get to an oval corner, in that the corner lasts for so long, the apex isn't exactly clear. Drivers are really going to have to keep their wits about them to keep the car facing the right direction.
Turn 1 is pretty treacherous as well. It's as close to flat as you can make it. There's a slight dab on the brakes as you try and get to the inside of the wall where there's a cone that very much serves as a reference point to how close you can get to the wall. And on the outside of Turn 1, Paul, there's that gravel that we've seen on a number of occasions. Cars just drifting a little bit wide and then spinning back into the path of oncoming traffic.
Yeah, it just happens every time. You know, somebody will do that at some point here through this race, and it's a case of how they negotiate that dirt on the outside of Turn 1. Turn 1 itself, it catches out a lot of people, not just the wall on the inside, but actually on the way into the corner, because the pit wall just juts out a little bit before it goes in towards your braking zone. And if you're hooking that pit wall and you don't take it into account, you end up with a damaged car.
Fortunately, we don't have to worry about cars exiting pit lane as well, because that's always a pretty fun situation coming through Turn 1 as well. A reminder of how we've got here in terms of the format. We started with 16 nations broken up into 4 groups. 4 groups of 4 different teams. You were fighting with everyone on the track to gain points, but you were fighting in terms of the actual point with the other 3 teams in your group. The top 2 from each nation, each groups I should say, advanced directly through to day number 2, while the remaining 8 teams went to the playoff, a 15-minute showdown in the Porsche 911 Cup car at Monza, where the top 2 teams advanced to day 2. We waved goodbye to 6 nations after day 1. Semi-finals started day number 2 off, where the 10 nations went head-to-head, 5 individual matchups. The winning 5 team advanced to the finals. The 5 losers went to the last chance qualifiers. That was rallycross, 5 laps at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It was chaotic. Race control had to intervene to determine who would advance. But in the end, it was Japan, it was Germany that made their way through to the finals, where we reset the points. Everyone started with a clean slate. 4 races across different disciplines here on the iRacing service. And with 20 minutes left to go, we will crown our Cup of Nations champion in about 25 minutes time. It's looking like it will be Team Germany. Unlikely to see the drama that we saw last year when it was pretty close between Team Germany and company. Even earlier this year in 2021, the Cup of Nations Pro saw it come down all the way to the wire. That time around, it was Team Australia taking the victory there. It was a really fun competition both last year and earlier this year, and we've had a lot of fun, John, in 2021 with this Cup of Nations, with the sim racers once more.
Absolutely. I have loved every minute of this weekend. It's been superb. So many good races with, obviously, you take the best talent on the platform, you put them all on a grid. It's going to be exciting, but to see just the strength and depth of the field, we've had great racing all the way throughout, not just in the top 15. Also, we've had great racing for 25th, for 30th. Every race has thrown up something different as well. There's been no predictable races. Every race has had a star, a surprise, someone who we thought would do well that's fallen back, and it's just been magnificent to be part of. So yeah, this Cup of Nations, last year's was exciting, this year delivered even more, and hopefully we'll have many more exciting Cup of Nations in the future. But we've still got 1 race to go, of course, and yeah, this LMP2 around Sebring is going to be immense.
And we thank all of our partners that have made this possible. Benq Mobiuz, VCO, Williams Esports, Traxion as well for coming on board and helping to host the broadcast as well. You can follow along with Cup of Nations Sim and VCO Esports across of social media to keep abreast of all the latest developments in Cup of Nations competition. Find out next year how you can qualify yourself, because open qualifiers were held for this, not just for the nations, but for the drivers as well. We picked the fastest 4 from each of the nations. We picked the fastest 16 nations across of 3 stages of qualifying. So only a couple of minutes from getting underway here, Paul. What are you expecting? I think a little bit of carnage is almost for sure, given how the rest of the races have gone so far. But I think for Germany, it's just got to be the knowledge that, like I said earlier, they're in control of their own destiny. They need to just relax, enjoy this next 20 minutes, and put themselves in the right positions at the right times.
And that's it, you know, keep yourself out of trouble, don't end up getting any DNFs. We saw how in the oval race at Homestead, how, you know, Germany having a DNF did allow other nations to close up. So if you have 1, maybe 2 cars not finish this race, all of a sudden things get very, very nervous for those teams. No free fast repairs for these teams out there either, so if any of them do get damage, they'll have to come onto pit road and get replacement parts, if indeed they can get replacement parts fitted in time in this race. But if you're UK or France, you've just got to push to the limit from the get-go.
And I think this is the track as well where, or I should say, this is the car as well, where it's a bit more physically capable of taking the bumps. We've seen that in occasion, for example, when the VCO Pro Sim Series came here a couple of weeks ago. I'm not saying you can get away with smacking into a tire wall at, 250 kilometers an hour, Paul, but the side-to-side contact, a little bit of front-to-rear banging, you'll get away with things like that. You do want to minimize them because that always just costs you time out on track.
It certainly does cost you time out on track, but we are getting ready for a race start here.
Let's turn up the most famous song in all of esports. Let's get hyped in the Sunshine State for the final 20 minutes in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations. It will be Mr. iRacing Maximilian Beneke that leads us to the green flag. Alongside will be Jamie Fluke with Quintin Violate and Alexei Nesov, row number 2. Ross Banfield and Victor Preto alongside 5th and 6th, while Hayata Saga and Alexander Thieber, row 4. Charlie Summons, Valentin Mandanak on the edge of the top 10. Kirill Kolobusov will be alongside the Zebra, Phil Dinez for the USA. While down in 13th, Carlos Fenalosa lines up alongside a man who's been ultra impressive over the course of this weekend, Sota Muto. Patrick Holtzman, Peter Berryman, 15th and 16th positions, with Johan Hart, Dennis Grabowski, row number 9. Enter the top 20, it's Elvis Rankin and Jose Soria with Shunsuke Kuno and Christopher Danby, 21st and 22nd. James Pinsker in 23rd, along with Mr. LMP2, a man that loves to race here at the Sebring International Raceway. It is Maxime Briand. Dmitry Kovanov and Dallas Pataska will line up 25th and 26th, while Pedro Santos Albert and Masafumi Aburame will bring up the tail end of this field. The cars are lined up on the Almond Straight, just about ready to get underway. And much like we saw at Road America, Paul, no time for these drivers to build up temperature and pressure into their tires.
Absolutely not. Yeah, so you are going to be just straight at it. So cold tyres, cold brakes, in towards turn 1 and turn 3. We've seen how tricky turn 3 can be in terms of the opening lap. Teams get caught out by that and end up making little bits of contact between each other. So it's something that you've seen in the past through that turn number 3 when you're too wide.
We'll see how things go on the start. BMW Sim Live came here just 2 weeks ago, and red line were 1, 2, 3, and 4 heading out of the Sebring International Raceway. For Maximilian Beneke, he also took victory here in the VCO Pro Sim finale, beating the likes of Max Verstappen in that race. Pace car starts to pull away, and we are ready for the 20-minute showdown to decide the 2021 Cup of Nations champions. LMP2 cars at Sebring. We return to the Sunshine State to determine it all. Germany, one hand on the trophy, and they'll have Max Beneke ready to lead them away as we get the green flag out. We are racing at the Sebring International Raceway. Beneke leads and weaving back and forth, trying to break the draft as 3 abreast into turn 1. Fight for second intensifies. Little bit close there, but I think that Jamie Fluke has just managed to hold on there. Quintin Violate slots up into 3rd, looks to the inside of Jamie Fluke. Side by side, they work out of turn 3.
Oh, Fluke was caught napping by... big accident! UK and France were around. I think Pete Berryman and Johan Hart were involved in that. Those 2 are Apex teammates, don't forget, as well. There's Spain involved back there. James Pinsker, Maxime Briand as well. Oh, Maxime is in the pits.
For France, it is, and Johan Hart there as well, it has gone disastrously. There's their hopes up in smoke. For Germany now, Beneke 2.5 seconds clear. He needs to pull away from Quintin Violate, who's having a couple of internet issues that I think made Jamie Fluke just think about being aggressive as Phil Dinez has gone off the track at turn 10 down at Cunningham. Surprised to see the Zebra going back. There's Dinez rejoining the track. In through Tower Corner, though, Violate leads a whole train of cars. Mandanak has gone and passed Ross Banfield. Beneke even further out front now.
Oh, he's just waltzing away at the front as Max, and he's enjoying himself out there. He's doing all that he needs to do to help his German team win back-to-back crowns here in the Cup of Nations. But it's this battle now. Violate, Fluke, Nesov. I mean, look at how impressive Nesov has been. He gets that win in the IRX, and then he's moving himself ahead of Jamie Fluke, who's Fluke's off.
Yeah, Fluke got forced wide coming into Sunset Bend. A couple of other cars coming through Sunset Bend very, very wide. Almost 3 rows deep, 2 wide they go. And Violate still sits in second. Fluke has been bundled down to 9th position. Here's what happened. Nessoff just... Was there contact there? If there was, it was the lightest bit of contact that you could find, and Jamie Fluke is lucky not to run it into the tyre wall.
And there was another UK driver going wide as well. I think that was Charlie Summers who went wide through Sunset Bend. It's the corner of 1,000 lines, but unfortunately, that line doesn't work out there, Jamie.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And it was Charlie Summers that took advantage. Fluke, I think, down after Patrick Holtzman has gone past. Pedro Sanchez-Albert has had a pass of his own.
Oh, my goodness.
That's chaos down into the hairpin. I believe that is Fluke. It is indeed. It goes from bad to worse. Second down the field. Holtzman gets mixed up as well. But as the points stand right now, it's not going to matter. Oh, on the exit of the corner, Pete Berryman and Masafumi Aburame come together.
Well, it's going from bad to worse for the UK now. First of all, France have a disaster with 2 of their drivers in the pits, and now the UK, a number of drivers, Fluke and Berryman, getting caught up in instants down at the hairpin.
And a reminder that we're not just fighting for the win here and the share of $25,000. $10,000 will go to the winner, but there's prizes to be paid for everyone else as well. That's a significant rise from about £7,500 in total, which was paid out last year.
Yeah, it's been tremendous how the partners of this series have really got behind it, and they love the concept, and it's great to see that support.
Down the Almond Straight, looks like Hayata Asaga has had an issue. Quintin Violate is now down to 4th position. Victor Preto has gone through. Alexei Nessoff has gone through. Preto's up into 2nd as through Sunset Bend they work once more. Look at how close to the tyre wall they get. Ducking and diving into turn 2. Alexei Nessoff to the inside, but Preto wants the move back around the outside in through turn 2. Violate's defending from Alexander Theba as well. Still side by side. You have to be careful here because you can get bundled off into the grass. Somehow Alexei Nessoff holds on to 2nd spot.
Oh, he's doing a tremendous job, isn't he, for Russia? And doing a sterling effort of defensive driving, but Preto wants by. Violate's getting involved in this one as well. They're almost going 3 wide into the hairpin.
Didn't Alexei Nessoff get a little bit of a tap there? I think he might have, because now he got very squirrely on the exit. Violate trying to force a hold that just does not exist, and Preto is covering off the run of Alexander Theba. Here comes Quintin Violate, the RAG driver, the long way around. He won't get the position on Nessoff. Now has to defend from Preto. Look at that behind them as well. Theba having to defend from Charlie Summers.
And there's Mandanak getting involved in there as well. In terms of France versus the UK, that's crucial for 2nd place here in this event. So, yeah, we'll see how things pan out. We have got a penalty as well for the 2-1-2, which is Charlie Summers. 3-second post-race penalty.
So that is going to be Charlie. I wonder if that's for what happened down at the hairpin.
Possibly so.
We'll get where it was on lap 1, so never mind. It was an early incident.
Turn 10, lap 1, yes. So that's
Phil
Cunningham, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be Phil Dinez, who was bundled wide. Here we go, 2 wide in towards Sunset Bend. It is Dinez on the recovery, who's alongside Kolobusov, inside line for the Zebra, and he'll get 12th position away. Can he be followed through by Sotomuto? Yes, he does. The Japanese driver puts one on the Russian as across the line, 14 minutes left to go.
Oh, this is tremendous. We're a quarter of the way through this race then. And Benq, 7 seconds clear of your race, in your race lead right now ahead of Nessoff. Nessoff actually is pulling away a little bit from Violate as well, and Preto's getting held up. Theba and Mandanak now fighting it out between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Benq, not for the first time today, has set sail as Carlos Fendelosa has been pushed off the track. I think coming down through turn 1.
Ooh.
Bit wide. Violate now gets pushed wide by Preto. Bundles him down the order. Mandanak takes advantage, slips to the inside of Alexander Thebe. Great move from one RAG driver as he watches his teammate get pushed wide.
And we can confirm there was contact between Nesov and Fluke on lap 1 into Sunset Bend, because Nesov has got a 3-second penalty as there's another car has gone off track there. We saw Sotomuto. Yeah. So Nesov in second place. He needs to get the hammer down now here. He needs to push as hard as he can to pull away from Preto to try and mitigate that 3-second penalty.
Germany 123 points clear, looking like they'll be comfortable even if the likes of Thieb, Dambeats and Holtzman struggle, because Benq is leading the charge for Team Germany to make it 2-2 in Cup of Nations competition. Down the Almond Straight, snaking back and forth once more, trying to just break the draft if possible. No moves forthcoming just yet for Alexei Nesov. He's about 2.3 seconds clear of Victor Preto now, so he's not far, if we're being completely honest, Paul, from having the buffer to hold on to second.
Yeah, and that's why I say he needs to push and push hard, basically for the rest of this race, to get that buffer. You want to give yourself at least a 4-second buffer. You know, give yourself an extra second buffer there to try and make up for any sort of mistake that you may have.
Oh, look at the up and under.
Yeah, that was too easy then. And the Team Germany car, the 113, deciding Dan Beats, do you know what? We're in a comfortable position right now. Yeah, you have the place, Dallas.
Yeah, good move from Pataska there. Look, the Mandadog is up to third, but he's been spun around this time by Victor Preto. Well, if I'm thinking about this properly, that's now 2 of the French cars, 2 of the Romain Grosjean esports drivers that Victor Preto has escorted off the track down at the hairpin.
And that's also given Nesov his 3-second gap that he needed as well. So here we go, on board with Valentin. On the inside, is it this little on the brakes? Oh,
there's a bit of air. There's a bit of air between the two of them, but I would still argue that maybe Valentin moved a little bit leftwards under brakes, which is you're told not to do that. I'm not trying to pin the blame on him by any means, but I think Victor Preto had intentions to try the lunge, and those intentions just didn't work out nicely. So Nesov now does have the gap, you are right. Preto defends from Thieber and Summers. Looks like there's been a couple more race control decisions. No further action on those incidents yet, but we'll wait and see if there's any more time penalties to come as we get towards the halfway marker in this race. So it should be, given that we do 1 minute 46 lap times, give or take, 6 laps, excuse me, to go. Benq well and truly clear. Now 9 seconds clear of Alexei Nesov. 8 seconds clear, excuse me, from Alexei Nesov as my timing updates there. Down into turn 1. Preto feeling the pressure. Here is the Russian, Denis Grabowski, now on the back of Violate. No, excuse me, that's Kirill Kolobusov, I think, potentially. There's all sorts of drivers up and down the field.
Yeah, there certainly is, and as we work our way through, look at this, further battling. So this is Kolobusov then, he is ahead of Mandanak, so recovering that Mandanak then after that contact down at the hairpin. And the 413 has just been given a penalty, which is Victor Preto, and that's for that incident down at this corner here.
Now, but which incident was it? Because there's 2, but there are 3 abreast on the entry to the braking zone. I think that's Patrick Holtzman that gets forced a little bit wide. Mandanak holds his position, as does Kolobusov, at least for the time being, halfway through this race. 10 minutes left on the clock. Looking rearwards from Mandanak now as look at Holtzman snaking back and forth, deep under the brakes as the red line driver gets a bit of a touch there, but does hold on. That's the stability that this LMP2 car does provide to you. Oh, it's up and down through the field. Some super chaotic racing.
Yeah, and well, these drivers, you can tell it's a sprint race. We're halfway through that race now, and these drivers, you know, you've got the 2 German cars together then, Patrick Holtzman, Christopher Dambeats then, 16th, 17th place, Valentin Mandanek. By the way, it was that incident, previous lap with Mandanek and Preto, that Preto has been given that 3-second penalty for down at the hairpin. So Preto found at fault in that one.
I would argue that if you look at the 2 incidents with both of them in your mind, you would have to give a penalty for either one of them. So explain, Mandanak, by the way, gets past Kolobusov as through Sunset Bend they work. Look at them fanning themselves out once more. That draw seems to be powerful. We are running the medium downforce setup, so not high downforce, not low downforce, a happy medium in between the 2. On board, pushing through turn 1, very careful not to run off into the gravel. Now in toward turn 3. This is a crucial complex. Can't clatter the curves as much as you like an LMP2 car, Paul, but it's about maintaining that momentum out of turn 5 through Big Bend into the hairpin.
Yeah, underneath the bridge down towards the hairpin, you've got to get that run absolutely right. By the way, I'm just having a look at my timing screen. The average 5 laps for Max Benq out at the front, his average lap time is a 1:46.5. Alexei Nesov in second place, his average 5 laps, 1:47.5. Max Benq is on average 1 second a lap quicker than Nesov.
Partly, I think, because of all the fighting. Now that Nesov is broken free, he was out about 4/10 slower in terms of the best lap time. Benq has the benchmark of 46.239 as Holtzman slides on past Kolobusov, who makes contact down into Tower Corner, and the German slides into the tire wall. Dambeats will get a couple of positions. Won't matter. Remember, Germany is sitting pretty in the championship as things run. It is now the Japanese driver trying to look the long way around. Tsutomuto gets his nose chopped off, as also coming from behind is Jamie Fluke on his recovery drive.
Yeah, Fluke, as you say, making a recovery drive, trying his best to move forward for the UK team. And you look at the standings at the moment in your top 10. Once again, Germany first and fourth place. They're in a very good position. After that scare of potentially not making it through to the finals, they've utterly dominated these finals, haven't they?
They really have. It's been incredible. I mean, they were strong yesterday, didn't have the easiest of days by any means, and it started off poorly for them. Today, in day 2, the semi-finals, that last chance qualifier was just a mad scramble, and race control basically helped them out as Quintin Violate holds on Phil Denez, who was trying to make the pass happen there. Once we got started, though, in these finals, they dominated qualifying, did the Germans. They carried that performance through to the race itself. Survived Homestead, damage limitation there. In fact, somewhat eked out a gap on some of their competition. Rallycross, second time around today, went their way, and now look at the way that Benq is performing. Denez to the inside of the Frenchman Quintin Violate and gets on through. Live points on the left, right-hand side of your screen. 120 points clear is Germany of the UK. Crucially, though, France has dropped down to 5th. There is prize money that is paid out up and down through these finals. $10,000 to share across the victor, $6,000 goes to the team in second, $3,000 to third, 4th and 5th share $2,000 across the team, 6th and 7th $1,000. So there is prize money on the line, Paul, no matter where you finish in these finals.
Yeah, certainly, and you know, as soon as you get money involved in any sort of competition, everybody just gets that little bit more competitive, don't they? They get that little bit more eager, and they want to try and make moves that maybe they wouldn't normally move. As look into the inside of the Russian driver of Kofanov, Dmitry Kofanov, holding on for the time being ahead of Jose Soria, and staying in 11th place right now. But yes, these drivers, they smell a little bit of an opportunity to get some prize money. As I think that was a touch of the wall from Pataska, wasn't it?
There was also Quintin Violate running through the gravel on the outside of turn 2, and Kofanov has been spun around in through turns 3 and 4. Did he manage to keep control of that car? He did, but now Pataska's the one that's gone sideways. He's got to watch out as the cars storm on through on him.
Oh, that was a sketchy moment there for both Dambeats and Muto. And Fluke as well made his way past, but yeah, there's been a bit of contact, a bit more contact that you want to see, but the level of the competition between these drivers, there's tenths of, hundredths of second between some of these drivers. Here we go, here's another look at this one then. So this is out of turn 3, and it always pinches up there, keeps it going, and then the car on the outside just seemed to pinch in, didn't it?
Yeah, no, he did. I wonder if that was just a bit unfortunate. We'll get a better look here as we focus in on Dallas Pataska, who maybe thought that Kofanov had lost a bit more ground and momentum than he actually did. End result is it's Dallas Pataska that is the big loser. You can see how quickly it snaps back around for Kofanov, so he's able to gather it back up, and Dallas Pataska then had to watch out as coming flying through on him. I think Sotomuto, Jamie Fluke had to take to the grass to avoid him. into Sunset Bend as the sun continues to set, not just here in the Sebring International Raceway, but in the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. It is 3 laps to go. Benq leads the way for Team Germany, 120 points clear of the rest of the field. It is close for third, Russia and USA. It could go either way if things get a little bit more interesting between the two of them. Ultimately, though, it is Russia in control of third right now.
Oh, the old superpowers, isn't it? Battling it out for that place then. And, you know, USA, I mean, you look at it, they've got Rankin, they've got Denez, and they've got Banfield all together in the top 10. Oh, running wide then was the Russian car. And thank you very much. The German, the Dan Beat, says that's a nice position for me. Muto as well, going past, and Fluke just getting stuck behind for the time being.
So that's a couple of points that'll swing back towards the USA in that battle for third in our Cup of Nations Championship. We'll get the live points update as soon as we can. If Dallas Tasker, who's behind Jamie Fluke, can get past Kirill Kolobusov, he might be in with a chance of getting into third place in the championship. Kolobusov almost got bobbled there into running a bit wide. Fluke is looking very aggressive to try and pounce and build his way back up past the Russian driver.
And that's it, you know, if you're a USA driver and you make that move and make it stick over the Russian driver, then it's effectively a double point switch. It's what's known as a 6-pointer in professional football, you know, when you just get that big jump over your competitor.
Phil Denez past Elvis Ranking, the two USA cars switching, not going to matter there, but for Phil Denez, a couple of laps to try and reel on in Charlie Summers. Charlie Summers has a 3-second penalty, doesn't he, Paul?
Yes, he does, yes.
So that's a couple more points going in the favor of the USA, so we're not going to know exactly how things shake out until we get to the checkered flag and race control gives us the final confirmed points situation. Pedro Sanchez Albert, by the way, has been bundled off the track, I believe, coming down in towards Sunset Bend. We'll try and see exactly what happened to him potentially, but 2 laps to go. Really, it's about the fight for third in this Cup of Nations that is coming down to the wire. 7 points between Russia and the USA. Charlie Summers is going to drop behind both Phil Denez and Elvis Rankin.
And Violati as well at the moment, as things stand. Although Violati, he seems to be falling down the order. It's not been a good day for him.
Banfield trying to get past Mandanak, a bit of contact there, but more points going in the favor of the USA. Full advantage, Jose Soria needs no second invitation. And you're right, Ross Banfield has lost the rear end of his car. Significant suspension damage.
Oh, that is huge. That contact there into the hairpin, and that has caused him, that's going to be him just dropping down like a stone.
Can barely control it.
He's doing an incredible job to hang on to that and go as quickly as he does here. Here's the replay, here's the look at it then. France versus the USA. Oh, we can't really see from that one, to be honest, but as we go. But it's that contact, though, into the hairpin. This is what we'll see then. Look to the right-hand side then, the France car there. Bang. And it's that contact that's broken the suspension on the rear left of Ross Banfield's car. That could cost the USA a significant amount of money.
What a crazy adventure, roller coaster that this 2021 Cup of Nations has been. It is looking like with the time expiring, Benq just has about 6 kilometers left to go before he'll take home the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations trophy back to Team Germany. And it would seem as well that for P3 in these championships, it is looking like it will go in favor of Russia. UK will hold on to second place. One moment for Ross Banfield has dropped USA out of contention, but we'll get confirmation from race control as soon as we can. Alexei Nesov, Victor Preto both have time penalties up front. It's not going to matter for Nesov, who has about a 4-second buffer on Victor Preto, but Alexander Thebe will cycle up into third. Still battling going on. This is for fifth. Charlie Summers coming under fire from Phil Denez. Summers, another car with a time penalty to be served post-race.
Yeah, he will fall back to 8th place, will Summers, so it's going to be, we're going to be getting the abacus out here and doing some arithmetic on air just to try and figure this one out. But yeah, one driver who's had it all his own way in this race, though, is the man out at the front there, Max Benq. What a performance from him. He got the launch at the start, and then he's just waltzed away at the front.
No calculator needed, though, for this man, Maximilian Benq. Through Sunset Bend, Maximilian Benq for Team Germany takes the checkered flag. It is 3 victories in these finals for Team Germany, and Germany is your 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations champion. What a ride it has been for Team Germany here on day 2, but they managed to stay strong. They managed to take home $10,000 to be shared across the 4 drivers, all from Team Redline.
Tremendous stuff there, but more hard battling happening right to the checkered flag as well. And it was crucial. I mean, he did it on the track as well as in the timing. Phil Denez moving ahead of Charlie Summers. My goodness, that was a race filled with plenty of action.
Cannot wait to speak to Mr. iRacing, to the rest of the Germany team, because I want to know how they were feeling heading out of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. First thinking they hadn't done enough, and then to be granted that second life. In fact, technically, I guess you can call it a third life, Paul, because the second life was that last chance qualifier race.
Yeah, it certainly was, but what a performance from Team Germany. They've deserved this. They fought hard, and well, had a little bit of luck go their way, but it's certainly, you got to take the chances while they come.
So here are the race results. Maximilian Benq wins in Sebring to clinch the title for Team Germany. Alexei Neslov does have a time penalty, but he'll hold on to second place. It's been an impressive drive from Neslov. We've seen him be quick across multiple disciplines here on iRacing. Victor Preto finishes across the line in third, but he will be dropped down through the field, actually behind Phil Denez. Alexander Thieb will cycle to third. Denez will cycle up to fourth. Charlie Summers also... Basically, these results are hard to really read off. Charlie Summers, Elvis Rankin, Quinton Violate, Dennis Grabowski, Valentin Mandanok on track through the top 10. It might be closer than I thought for third in the championship, but we'll get confirmation from race control as soon as we can. Jose Soria in 11th with Christopher Danbeats down in 12th. Sotomuto 13th with Dmitry Kovanov 14th. Jamie Fluke after starting up on the front row, bundled down to 15th on track. Dallas Protaska 16th with Kirill Kolobusov right behind him. Patrick Holtzman for Team Germany 18th for him, with James Pinsker, Shunsuke Kunu, completing our top 20. Down in 21st, it's Carlos Fenelosa with Masafumi Aburame and Ross Banfield, the only other cars to finish on the lead lap. Pedro Sanchez, Albert Hayata Asaga, Maxime Briant, Peter Berryman, Johan Haar through the 28 cars for France. Another race that really didn't go their way. Out of race 2, we thought they'd be the main challengers for Team Germany. Rallycross in race 3, not the way they wanted it to go, and neither was this final race of this 2021 Cup of Nations. Well, got a couple of minutes as Team Germany celebrates, and we'll get the chance to speak to Max Benq and his crew right now. But John Munro, want to get your thoughts on what we've seen so far over the 2 days of action, because it's been incredible and this format is just so much fun.
It has been absolutely phenomenal, and I'd be so happy to take part in this and watch it. And yeah, it's just so unique. You don't see any other series that does things quite like this. The drama, the amount of different nations that were in contention. But of course, by the end of it, we had finally established a nation that truly deserved to win, and that was Germany. The main thing that really set them apart from the rivals was, of course, the strength and depth. And they had, you know, a couple of drivers in Danbeats and Thieb that were really good at just picking up the points where they needed to. And then Holtzman, obviously Benq going out there and winning races. It was just the perfect combination. And although they played it very close at the start, you know, even just getting into the final, it was very, very close. But when it all came down to it in the final, they were able to show what they were made of and thoroughly deserved the win. It seemed like quite a few teams didn't want to finish second there. France and the UK almost trying to throw it away for themselves at the end. But yeah, I mean, over the course of the 2 days, it's been absolutely phenomenal and well-deserved champions in the end.
We'll get interviews in just a couple of moments, Simon. But for you, Paul, I mean, 2 in a row now for Team Germany. Hopefully we return for this Cup of Nations next year and make it even bigger and better, which is what we've done since last year as well. It's going to take some stopping for Team Germany, though, given what we've seen over these last 2 years, especially when you think about the fact that all of the Germany representatives represent the same team.
Yeah, and I said that, didn't I, that they've got that cohesiveness between them. They're a unit, and they certainly made it work. Every other other team, every other nation, it was a mix and match of different drivers from different teams and having to learn how they work together and see how that worked out for them. But yeah, I mean, it's a little tip of the hat there for the German team. They've done a tremendous job when they thought that they were out of it all completely.
Well, we'll get you confirmation of the results. We have confirmation, of course, that the Germans have won the championship. So let's go ahead and dial up the Germans victorious in victory lane. We're joined by all four of them right now, and we'll start with you, Maximilian Benq. Great drive to close out this day 2 of the finales. I want to ask you, though, before we get into the celebrations, what were you guys thinking after that last chance qualifier? When it first looked as though you guys were done for the competition, and then you got the second chance handed to you by Race Control?
Oh, man. Difficult time, definitely. I mean, I started P1 and was comfortably in P1, and then Alex took the joke on the first lap, and he didn't know that you couldn't do that, so he got a penalty. Otherwise, it would have been much better. But yeah, at that point, obviously we thought we were out, and then yeah, luckily got dragged in again by Race Control, which is very fortunate for us. But I think yeah, in the end we then delivered, and the most crucial race was the first one, and that's why we managed to have all our cars in the top 10 in qualifying, and I think that opened all the doors. So yeah, in the end, lucky, but I still think that we delivered and made the best we could.
And talk to us about this format, Max. It's one where you don't get to find out the cars, you know, too early before the competition, the combinations, very similar to what you and I had talked about with the VCO Pro Sim a couple of weeks ago. Then you've got the mix of the combinations, the fact that you're not just doing road course races, the fact that you have to think about the points in a very different sort of a structure. It's very different to anything we do in sim racing, but it's one that always produces some crazy action.
Absolutely, yeah, and this is yeah, one of my favorite series to race in, because you only have the combinations like a couple of hours before the event starts. You obviously know which cars and which tracks you're going to drive, but we did some testing with different combinations, and I think 95% of them were wrong. So in the end, you can't really do much. You just have to wait and then deliver when it's time for that. So yeah, it's I really like this system. Obviously, it doesn't suit everyone, but I think today everyone from Team Germany did a great job with being as much prepared as everyone could be.
Well, let's move it on over then to Christopher Danbeats. Chris, we want to ask you about the cohesiveness that you guys have, because unlike every other team, 4 drivers all from Team Redline here. How does that work for you guys? It must help a lot of ways when you're talking amongst one another, you know, doing some practice in the week leading up to this, and then in the race itself, communicating with one another and what you all need to do.
Yeah, thank you first of all. And yeah, that's true. Like being in the same team makes it way much easier to communicate and practice together. Also, like, yeah, that we all had the same goal to win, made it also a bit easier, and yeah, everyone did a perfect job. Like we struggled, I would say, a bit in the qualification, like in the group stage, and yeah, was a bit close.
And in terms of, you know, deciding which races you were going to do, how do you guys talk about that, knowing that you also have the experience of where each of you are strong? You had to do an oval race, rallycross stuff. How does that work behind the scenes?
Yeah, that was everything planned before, for sure. So everyone knew what he has to practice and what he has to focus on, and yeah, this one worked also quite well. I mean, like, yeah, we were pretty unexperienced in the rallycross, but yeah, Alex and Max, they just did a perfect job there and made the best they can. And yeah, Patrick and me, we were focusing a bit more for the high downforce things and every other car, and yeah, that worked quite well. Yeah, for every race.
And now Paul Smith is standing by with both Alex Thieber and Patrick Holtzman.
Well, we'll start with you, Patrick, then, because you know, you got a good win out at Homestead when some of your teammates were having a little bit of issues there. How important was it for you as a team to be able to just keep on getting those high point scoring coming in when other teams seem to be faltering?
Hello. That was a very, very crucial race. Like, first of all, I'm very proud of everyone that we managed to, mentally reset ourselves after this struggle of, at the start of the day. It started so well when everyone was super excited when I put it on pole in the Williams F1 car, and then we made many mistakes as well. Lack of communication, even though we're from the same team. I was muted. I didn't know. I thought it was super close with England points wise. So I was pushing to the very limit. I was defending very hard, and in reality we were safe. I could have gone for a second place. So the whole day was almost collapsing there all early on. So we're very, very happy that we kind of made it through somehow. And then everyone was able to reset mentally, which was great because we knew everyone is back to zero and we have the pace to win it. And then we just came to the final in the best form possible and executed everything nicely. Even same with the oval race. It was no coincidence that I was on pole there. We knew that I had some very, very strong oval pace. So once we realized in the Porsche that we have all 4 cars at front, and we knew about the regulation that it makes sense to kind of put myself on pole there, and then we won that one as well. And crucially, Max and Alex scored well in the RX, which was pretty much our biggest weakness. And so it was pretty, like, everything was smooth when the final started, and everything was kind of a bit of a mess before the final. So we sorted that out just in time.
And I just want to ask you as well about, with the mixed up grids that we were having here, how difficult was it for somebody like yourself who's maybe more used to being in the front third of a grid to be having to work your way through a field where all the drivers are of a similar pace? How difficult was that?
That was very tough. I mean, to a certain degree, you're relying on luck as well. There's times when you just don't, where you just can't do anything about it. If there's a car in front of you and it spins, that's your race done. So it was all about surviving, kind of, and hoping that the front cars of ours, kind of score big. And for sure, like, you have a mixed up grid, and there's certainly a lot of drivers in front of me that wouldn't be there if there was a normal qualifying procedure. So, it's tricky. It's tricky, but everyone was. Yeah, it's tricky. Like, all the nations kind of lost a driver here and there due to a crash. It was unavoidable to a certain degree. So it was key to just keep scoring, even if you have a spin and things like that.
And then Alex, will come to you because you gained 4 positions in that final race here around Sebring. You seem to enjoy the LMP too. Just what are your thoughts on this competition as a whole? Because it's really tested each and every one of you out there.
First of all, I want to say that I'm super proud about of these boys. It was insane, the reset which we've managed to do today. And it was really, really difficult. And actually, the LMP2 car on Sebring wasn't my strongest piece in this tournament. But I felt comfortable, so it was really cool. But what was really challenging but really fun was to adapt between a Formula One car to a rallycross car. That's super difficult to do that within 20 minutes or something. So it's really challenging, and I really like this format, to be honest. There are so many weird combinations which you usually don't do over a season, and that's really, really cool in my opinion.
Absolutely, and it certainly gives the viewers plenty to watch and keeps us on our toes here on the broadcast. But looking at this year as well, you as an outfit, you've been a really successful outfit at Redline once again, and you're able to take this into this format. It must be a tremendous way to finish off the year for yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, Thank you very much there, Alex and Patrick.
Yeah.
And congratulations to all 4 of the Team Germany drivers. $10,000 to be split across the 4 of them. And we've got live points as well to talk about in just a couple of moments' time. Some intrigue as well that we'll get to, but my oh my. John, I mean, the fascinating part to me is when you think about Germany winning back-to-back, it's not just the fact that it's the nation, but 3 of the 4 drivers have gone back-to-back. The only difference in the driver lineup, Christopher Dambeats has replaced Jonas Warmeyer. Those red line drivers, they're all so quick. The reality is, when we return next year, they're going to be really tough to overcome. It might take some bad luck like we kind of saw for them during the last chance qualifiers to give anyone else a chance.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that's kind of what Germany have managed to do here. And I mean, you say that, obviously they will go into next year's competitions as one of the favourites, as they did today, or this weekend I should say. But then even looking at that, this morning we thought Germany were out of it. You know, we were even announcing that Italy had made it through and Germany hadn't. So you never know how these things are going to play out. Of course they will have a target on their back now and everyone will be out to beat them, but they know how to win and they've now done the experience twice. So it'll give them an advantage heading into any final race in terms of dealing with the pressure. But yeah, they fully deserve it. It's really interesting as well to see. I want to give a shout out to Russia specifically as well, and of course Nesov, because those last few races were really, really impressive and they managed to haul themselves up the standings. Really, really good stuff from them. But the whole competition, until that last final when Germany started stretching their legs, we really had no idea who was going to win. And if Germany hadn't made the final, could you imagine the scramble there would have been between all of the other big nations to try and take the title? So plenty to look forward to next year. Of course they will go into it as the favourites, but this competition always delivers.
And I tell you what, let's take a look at these final confirmed points as things stand. Yes, there is a tie for 4th between France and the USA, but Germany victorious. $10,000 goes to the Germans in that team. $6,000 to be shared across the 4 drivers from the UK. About 21 points behind Russia, being able to work their way up after a disappointing race 1 to finish in 3rd. They'll share $3,000 amongst the 3 of them. 4th and 5th technically share the same prize money anyway, $2,000 apiece. So whatever the tiebreaker is, it's effectively academic and very much for bragging rights, but that's what this tournament is about. Delivering for your country, national pride is on the line. Spain in 6th and Japan in 7th. Both teams will share $1,000. As we wrap up here, Paul, what are your closing thoughts about this format, the tournament that we've seen, and all of the incredible fighting that we saw as well?
I think I need to lie down after this. This has just been absolutely breathless as this tournament, and it's certainly been one that's been really enjoyable to watch. You know, some of my points that I'm impressed with is, as John pointed out, Russia. What a performance from them. You know, people didn't, including ourselves, didn't really give them a chance here, but they certainly came through on this day and put themselves up into 3rd place, so congratulations to them. And well, what happened to France there? They seemed to implode, and it seemed to happen around the IRX round of today, so there'll be some head scratching going on there, that's for sure. Japan, they'll be a little bit disappointed. They seem to be getting bullied about here and there, and they just didn't quite have that extra pace that they needed in this final day. But it's a tremendous competition. I mean, I've been able to call both years of it, and it's just got better, hasn't it?
It really has, and I think even back to the Cup of Nations Pro, which was a really nice little way for the real-world drivers to get in on the fun as well. What about you, John? Delighted that you were able to join us here in the RaceBot TV commentary booth, hopefully not for the final time.
Yeah, hopefully not. I've had an amazing time. It's been really nice to get back in a booth for some iRacing as well. It's a platform I've not really spent too much time with recently, and clearly the racing is definitely there to be watched. It's phenomenal, and I was just sitting back, basically had the popcorn out, a cup of tea, really, really enjoying the entire weekend's broadcasting. So thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me, and yeah, hopefully I'll be back another time.
It's been so much fun. We're so happy you've joined us here across TraxionGG, VCO Esports, iRacing social media, live here on RaceBot TV for the 2021 Benq Mobiuz Cup of Nations presented by VCO. For all our partners who made this possible to put up the $25,000 prize pool, we thank you.
smashed up.